It's been a little while since we played last, but last I recall, you guys had finished up in the Wave Echo Cave. You defeated the Black Spider and were able to secure the lost mine of Fandelver. Along with it, the magical forge that is contained within the Wave Echo Cave. You cleared it out and cleared the path for the Rockseeker brothers before returning to Phandalin successfully with one of Gundren's brothers still alive, and were able to essentially draw yourselves up contracts which stipulate that you are to receive a 10% cut of the mine's profits for the foreseeable future, which have been calculated out to be roughly 50 gold per week. And I would say that you actually get a surprise the next couple of days later, in that the Rockseeker brothers come back to you and let you know that before they head up to the Wave Echo Cave, that they have actually created a bit of a partnership between two other entities, not to get in the way of your guys' profits, but as a part of the 50% that they own. They were planning on splitting it three ways. Of course, one of the Rockseeker brothers was tragically killed by the Black Spider and his minions, but that left some extra money for them to be able to do a little bit of extra bargaining with the people of Phandalin. So they have actually hired the Phandalin Protectorate to rotate a couple of members up to the cave to offer some level of security and scouting for any issues. So a couple members every day will go up and stay there, and then they'll rotate back and forth. And they also made a deal with Halia Thornton, the owner of the Phandalin Miners Exchange, to essentially invest in the startup costs, and in exchange, she will be the main proprietor of selling anything that comes out of the magical mine. And along with the investment, Halia generously decides to pay each member of the ownership of it a year in advance, so that you all essentially get 1 year's worth of profit from the mine immediately, in lieu of being paid, every week for the next year. And then after that first year, they will resume with 50 gold payments every week, which would mean you would all get 3,600 gold.
Wow. Nice.
3,600 each, which you can add to your totals before deciding what you would like to do in preparation for the final fight here in Phandalin. Well, so really, it's all over the. It's up in the Sword Coast, but yeah.
So that 3,600 gold is in place of the 50 gold a week, correct?
Yes. So yeah, instead of getting 50 gold every week, Halia wants to direct what is made in the first year. So she wants a little bit more power over it. So she's willing to pay you all out so that she can direct how the business begins. She has a very good idea for how that's going to work. And if anyone has an issue with that, she's willing to negotiate. But she feels like the full year payment up front is very generous for what little she's asking, for what little influence she's asking for in the mine.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think for the amount of time it would take us to craft and wait on items being made, just having this up front to spend either at her shop or up in Neverwinter is definitely worth the trade-off.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, and you guys would know that downtime, if you were to essentially take a break from adventuring and take downtime, you probably could make quite a sum off of using it, because actually there are currently 2 spots in the mine where theoretically the workshop and the forge could host 3 people. So you imagine that Halia will probably be spending some of that time over the next year also using the forge. And any of you could try to spend some time there, but that would be up to Halia's discretion because she's essentially buying ownership of like being managing the time in the mine in that investment. But it also is going to make it more efficient and much easier to start up so that the Rockseeker brothers don't have to do it all alone, which is good. Everybody's and you can tell all 3 of them are extremely happy with it, and they wanted to make you guys happy with it too. But they're also willing to, like I said, they're willing to negotiate if you guys had any specific requests or expectations, because you guys were the ones that cleared out and essentially were able to give them control of this. So that's why they gave you the 10% each, essentially half total of the of it, and that does include Sildar. So you all got 10% each, and Sildar got the other 10%. Then the Rockseeker brothers got 25% each.
Nice.
All right, so
Yep.
you guys have the stone. You guys are currently in the Stonehill Inn in Phandalin, but if you guys wanted, you can pretty much do whatever you like. You can take some downtime if you want, or you can decide to go, right after the next adventure, or whatever you like, really.
Since now we have all this gold, I'd say we hit Halia's for some shopping, and then grab her cart and take it to Neverwinter, finish any shopping we have there, and then head over to Thundertree.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good.
Indeed.
All right, well, Halia is more than willing to sell you some stuff. She always has good bargains for you, and she's got a pretty decent selection. You can tell that she's actually expanded her inventory a little bit since you guys have been giving her so much good, essentially quick turnaround business, which is a little bit of the opposite that she's seen in the past. Magic shops a lot of times don't have, big customer bases. So she's been very pleasantly surprised at what's been going on lately, ever since you guys came to Phandalin. So is there anything in particular you guys are looking for?
I want to buy that pen, that ink quill from her.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can do that. And it is still, I believe we said 700 or 800 gold the first time.
I think it was 750.
Okay, 750 it is. That's a very fine deal for her.
Does she happen to have a second one?
She says that she could have one created, but they are rather rare because it's a pretty niche usage. And by the way, there is one other caveat to that, actually, that I had forgotten about. Don't know if I actually put this on the Spellbinder quill itself. I believe it only can be used. I want to say it can only be used by either wizards or people that have wizard spells, like have the ability to cast wizard spells. So, like I believe the Arcane Trickster also uses a spell book with wizard spells, so they would be an exception to that rule.
Like, I have a lot of overlap with wizards, but does an artificer, would he have any trouble, making magic consumables?
But the question is, do you have a spell book? Because that's specifically what it's meant to do, is create magical ink for spell scribing.
But not spell scrolls?
I guess it could be used by anyone that's proficient in Arcana to make spell scrolls, but you also have to be proficient in oh, what's that tool called? It's I don't.
Like scribes tools.
Yes, yeah. I think it's a. I don't know if it's a calligrapher set, but there's some kind of tool set. Let me look that up real quick. But yeah, she currently only has one. So
In that case, I'll just I'll let Tormar have it because I can't really use it much then.
yeah, I mean it is. Halia would actually respectfully say that the priority should go to the wizard because the wizard could use it for everything they do essentially. There's actually a little quote that's inscribed into the pen itself by the creator, who formerly was a wizard. And the quote says, "The worst part of being a wizard is the overhang."
It's true.
Yeah, it looks like it gets expensive, especially the higher
My
up
wizard
level.
is perpetually broke.
Yeah. And so, yeah, that's why it was created, was to combat the long-term costs of of scribing in spellbooks. But yeah, let me get you the actual magic item, because I think that's something that had to be custom made. In the meantime, was there anything else that you guys wanted?
I wanted to ask her again on the price of that cloak of displacement she has.
For you guys, she could let it go for 3,500. And she would say that that's that under normal circumstances she would usually try to keep it around 5,000 to 6,000, but that you guys have brought her enough business, and she's had this cloak for quite a while. It's a pretty niche item that not everyone can get usage out of, so she was worried she may never have sold it. But if you guys are interested in it, she can go as low as 3,500 for it. She'd only be making a minimal profit based on the cost of making that item at that price, but she wants to see it go to a good home.
Does she have any adamantine armor?
Interesting question. Roll a d20. She would indeed. What specifically? What kind of? What type of armor?
Plate would be best.
Calligrapher's supplies. That's what it was. It's an artisan tool. That's what you would use for spell scroll scribing.
Next level, I could have those, because the next level I get like a class feat that allows me to make over an hour any set of tools and be proficient with them, I think.
Nice.
For like a certain amount of time. But that's a level away, so. Yeah, plate armor if she has it, and half plate if not.
So yeah, the adamantine is a pretty rare material. So she would have only they would have only made them in some of the strongest types of armor. And they do.
Seems fair.
They do. They have a set of plates.
Nice.
So yeah, so it's basically just plain armor. It's technically considered an uncommon magic item, but it doesn't technically have any magical property to it. It's just infused with this very special quality. So it's normal, other than the fact that it prevents you from being critically hit.
Right.
And she would sell that to you for the listed price. The cost would be the listed price of the armor plus half. So in the Armorer's Handbook, it has plate listed at 900. So this would be 1350.
I will take it.
Okay.
How much did you say the cloak of displacement was? You said it was 30, 35 or
3,500.
36? Okay. I think I do want to grab that.
Okay.
So that'll put me at 2172. Jeez, that's a chunk of change. Okay.
So yeah, as you get this cloak, you see it is it's an interesting couple of shades of colors, and it's made from a very odd-looking material. But probably the oddest thing is at the bottom, it has a couple of what look to be stalks for the arms that extend out into these spikes, and they're not actually sharp any longer. It looks like they've almost jellified. They kind of are like the gel spikes that are more squishy than anything else. But you can tell that this was created from the hide of a displacer beast.
Very
And those are the classic stalks that those cat-like beasts have that go up and help them more easily sense things, and also has the magical property that makes them a little harder to hit, which is exactly what the cloak does.
Very cool.
Does she have any level 2 scrolls in stock?
Oh yeah, you can get. She has one scroll of pretty much every type. One spell scroll of every type up to about level 3.
Okay. And how much are the level 2s? The level 1s are 30 each, right?
Let me take a look. There is your spellbinder quote. Picture to come later. Get my magic item price thing open here. You guys may also notice I updated the pictures for Dragon Guard, and for Lightbringer. That was earlier today.
Oh, nice. Ooh, I like that Lightbringer.
Yeah, that thing's cool. The Dragon Guard's pretty dope too.
Yeah, it looks like armor from Skyrim.
All right, level 2 spell scrolls. She could sell those to you for she could let them go for 80 gold apiece.
That's nice.
But there'd only be one. But she would say that you can get pretty much any level spell scroll up to probably 5 or 6 in Neverwinter, but they would probably be closer to full price, which she would say for a second level spell scroll is probably more around 120, third level is probably around 200, fourth level is probably around 320, and it just goes up.
But
Okay.
from her, second levels are about 80.
Yeah, she can sell them to you for about 80, and it looks like these are again. You notice a pattern between some of the writing you've seen on some of her paperwork in the office and the spell scrolls. It looks like she created these, and she's created about one of everything, which would suggest, by the way, that she knows all of these spells, because you can't.
She's a badass.
You can't scribe a spell scroll unless you are able to cast the spell. So that would suggest that she has access to some sort of magical arcane ability.
That's crazy.
You start to wonder what this badass old lady who's super rich is doing in a small town.
She was waiting for us to come along to buy everything. All right, so I'm
She's
gonna.
certainly
My
friendly
favorite
and
person.
excited.
So I'm gonna get a absorb element scroll and a enlarge reduce scroll.
Okay, easily done. Absorb elements is a first level, so yeah, that would be what did we say, 30?
Yeah, I think it was 30, right?
Yeah. And then the enlarge reduce is second level, so yeah, 80.
I would like to see if she has a protection from poison scroll and an aid scroll.
Yes, she does.
Also a false life scroll. Because for 30 gold, why not? You know.
Sure. Yeah. And she does. She has all of those. She also has potions that are potions of resistance. She actually has 5 of those. Because I imagine you would be talking to her about the fact that you guys are planning on going and attacking a dragon. She would say that she could sell to you potions of resistance if you would like. And there's a little bit of change in these ones. She's made them extra special. Typically, when you drink a potion of resistance, you would roll to see what type of magical resistance it gives you. For these, you actually get to choose it.
Very nice.
So yeah, it's this typical one, but instead of rolling a random one, the DM chooses it randomly, or from the options below. But instead of that, you actually get to make the choice. So you guys could choose to just be resistant to whichever of those types you want when you drink it. She has those available for 100 gold each.
And how does resistance work exactly? You take a D4 off whatever you're resistant to?
No, if you're resistant to it, it does half damage.
Oh, I'm thinking of the cantrip resistance. Okay, gotcha.
Right. Yeah, you would just gain the resistant condition to that type of damage.
And how long does that last?
1 hour.
Yeah, I'll take one.
Okay. So yeah, 100 gold, and you can add that to your inventory.
Yeah, I'll take one as well.
All right. She also had restocked her potions of healing. So if you guys wanted to purchase any of those, she has basic potions of healing for 400 gold. She has potions of superior healing, or no, sorry, greater, yeah, potions of greater healing for 120, and potions of superior healing she can actually sell you for 300. And a superior healing does 8d8, 8d4 plus 8.
I like one of those resistance potions and one of those superior ones.
Okay.
One of the superior healing potions.
So that would be 400 gold.
Okay.
A trifle amount for you guys who are now rich.
I'd also like to ask, what other kind of armors does she have?
Mostly magically, she only has +1 armor. If you wanted something a little bit more powerful, it would be more expensive, but she could either place an order to Neverwinter and have it shipped here, or you could just she would know that you guys are planning on traveling to Neverwinter, and she would just refer you to the magic shop up there to shop. But she has a set of +1 of most armor for about 1,200. She also has a +1 shield for 1,200.
I will also take a potion of superior healing.
Okay, 300. She would show off a couple of other things she had recently added to her collection. Again, the financial gains that you all had been earning her has allowed her to trade a little more openly with anybody that came through Phandalin. She had acquired a Pearl of Power, which she has on sale for 2,200. She has an Amulet of Health, which she has on sale for 3,200. She mentions that something that may be especially useful to someone who is attempting to attack a flying creature like a dragon. She has a Broom of Flying that she has on sale for 4,500. It's not a cheap item, but it's very, very useful.
Imagine Tormar on a broom pepperballing the dragon, flying around like a
Right?
Does she have any more javelins of lightning?
Let's see. Roll a d20. No, she already sold you the one she had, and that's another thing that she could order but it would have to be closer to full price. Otherwise, you can attempt to look for it in Neverwinter.
Okay. What about any +2 hand axes?
Let's see. +2 items are going to be a rare. So I'll have you roll another d20. She does. She had seen that you were purchasing the hand axes, so she had said that she would keep an eye out for anything that she thought might be of particular interest to you. So she'd be willing to. So she did acquire this, and she'd be willing to sell it to you. She'd be willing to either sell it to you for 2,500 gold, or trade it in for your +1 weapon and 1,500 gold.
I will trade in one of my +1s and the 1,500.
Okay. So yeah, she's able to do that. She says, good, I believe I could probably sell the +1 weapon to someone a little less capable than yourself much more easily than selling the more expensive one, so it's certainly a good deal for me.
Good deals, and she's flattering. I love her. Can I sell her my splint mail since I don't have any more use for it?
Is it?
Then again, I guess that'd be lion's share's cost
Yes.
her, huh? Okay.
Yep. You answered your own question. Well done.
Yeah. You know what? I've been thinking about it, and then as soon as it came out of my mouth, I realized I knew the answer to that. Does she have an all-purpose tool?
I've never heard of that, and I don't see that on this list. Let me take a look. I like how one of the first things that I looked up when I Googled it was all-purpose tools with artificers. So there must be something special that, yeah. Well, it requires attunement by an artificer. So
basically, it does what Wand of the War Mage does for other classes, or the tomes do for the Warlock. And it adds to the spell save DC, and it also transforms into any set of tools, so you don't have to carry around a bunch of different ones. You just have your all-purpose tool.
all right. So here's how we're gonna handle this. I'm gonna have you choose either uncommon for +1, rare for +2, or very rare for +3. Then you'll roll to see whether or not she has it, and the DC is, I'm not gonna tell you how high, but the DC is higher the more rare it is.
I'm kind of running out of money anyway, so I'll just go with the most rare stuff's 5,000-6,000. So I'll just go with the uncommon.
Okay.
And I'm rolling a d20.
Yep. To see if she's got it in stock. It's a pretty uncommon request.
No,
She does not.
She never even heard of one.
She's like, I've actually never heard of that, but it sounds like an interesting item. I imagine that artificers aren't quite as common just yet. I feel like that's more of a it's been more of a recent expanding expertise.
Maybe in Neverwinter I can find some priests of Gond.
Yes, I would imagine that Neverwinter would have some budding artificers that would probably have more interest in creating or collecting such specialized items.
Yeah, that makes sense. You said she had a Pearl of Power. What was the other thing I was thinking of? What does a set of Ogre Power Gauntlets run? If she has them.
Gauntlets of Ogre Power. She does have a set of those. So yeah, didn't you guys find a set of those?
I have those.
But yes, she does have one, and she could sell it for um, $2,100. She's like, it's funny you mentioned that because this is actually one of the items that I had procured, thinking that your holy friend over there might be interested in. But I couldn't help but notice that he was already wearing them when I came in, so you must have found them elsewhere. I wasn't gonna say anything, but since you seem to have interest in it yourself.
I think
Yeah.
he might also be interested in. I don't know if you'd have it, but a hammer of thunderbolts.
Nice. Go straight Thor. Really thematic for Paladin too.
You know, I've heard of such an item. It's but they are extremely rare and extremely valuable. I do not possess one, but who knows? If you were to search in Neverwinter, you may be lucky enough to find someone that might have one. However, if you don't have any direct connections in Neverwinter, they're likely to charge you full price for all of these items, and that one would even rival my ability to purchase.
And that one would probably be up there with a Holy Avenger.
Miss Halia, you did mention that you could recommend us to a shop in Neverwinter, correct?
I can indeed.
Can you send a letter to possibly recommend us to said shop, if you know that person?
Yes, I could. I could give a note, but to be honest, you may be better off just simply telling them that that Halia sent you here, and depending on how charismatic any of your number can be, and how friendly it can be, and especially if you can offer anything in trade, they may offer some sort of a discount. And the main trader that I deal with in Neverwinter runs the Hall of Mirrors.
Might be worth taking a trip to Neverwinter and visiting this person.
Well, seek out the owner, Gerald, and make sure that, like I said, make sure that you drop my name in a not too heavy-handed way. And who knows?
Thank you very much, Halia, for the what's the word I'm looking for? For your word.
My pleasure. And if there's ever anything else you all need, don't hesitate to ask. You've done some pretty great things for this area, and we all feel a little indebted to you. I'm just fortunate to be in a position to actually be able to give something back to ones that have done such great deeds for us.
What about a mantle of spell resistance?
Ooh, good one.
Might be a little high out of my price range, but
so I will say this: if Halia had this item, It would probably be the gem of her collection currently. So it's going to be a pretty high DC, but why not? Let's just roll the dice. Go ahead and roll a d20.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if she's got one. If I can't afford it, then hey, we'll see. Well, I'll have something to save up for. No. Okay.
Nope. She doesn't have that one either.
Now, how about, something like an Eldritch Claw tattoo? If not, when we all get to Neverwinter, we'll go get tattoos. You know? Get drunk and go get tattoos.
You gotta do that as a
before we
group,
go
yeah.
fight the dragon, yeah.
Let's see. You're really testing my knowledge of magic items here.
I'm trying not to even pick the super obscure ones. I have this giant list of it's every magic item that's ever appeared in anything official, regardless of edition, and some super official stuff like Critical Role stuff. So it's huge. I'll throw it in Discord just so everyone else can look at it. Because whenever I'm trying to figure out what magic items I'd like to shop for, I basically just go look at it, because you can sort it by different rarities and stuff or prices. You know, roundabout estimated prices anyway.
Okay, so one thing she would mention, she doesn't have any magical tattoos. Those are pretty niche. But she would mention that there is she would mention very specifically of a tattoo artist. You mentioned Critical Role, and it instantly popped up in my head. There is a magical tattoo artist that can give a very special kind of tattoo, based on certain gem types. Any creature can only ever have one of these done, but if you are able to secure a certain amount of gold worth of gem dust of that type, they can give you a magical tattoo that will raise one of your base scores.
Oh wow! In the same fashion, like overpower gauntlets or headband of intellect, or like a permanent kind.
It gives
of,
a
like,
plus
+2,
1.
Nice.
Yeah, it gives a permanent
okay.
+1 to that, and like I said, you can only ever have one. She says he typically charges 500 gold for the service. But again, if you dropped my name, you might be able to get a bit of a discount on that as well. He's a good friend of mine.
Nice. And where would we find him?
He is a priest. He's a retired sailor that took his vows and joined the priesthood, and he now serves in the the Tower of Knowledge.
Let me
He
ask.
now is referred to as Brother Eric.
Let me ask. This friend of yours that owns the magic shop in Neverwinter. I have a question. I've heard of this kind of sword. It is referred to as a sunblade. Do you believe he might have it?
Let's see. It's entirely possible. That seems You know, the first thing she does is she actually looks down at your hammer, or your maul essentially there, and says, you know, that it kind of reminds me a little bit of that weapon actually, but we would have to see what they have in their stores. I haven't collected much in the way of magic weaponry. All right, anything else for y'all?
What about a wand of magic missile?
She does have that. That one's a pretty easy one. She could let that go for an even 500.
Alright, Ooh, does that one require attunement?
Does not.
Oh. Okay,
Basically just free castings of levels 1 to 3 of magic missile, and it just has 7. It has 7 stacks, and you use 1 stack for a level 1, 2 stacks for a level 2, 3 stacks for a level 3. It gains 1d4. What is it? 1d4 plus 1, I think. Didn't you guys find a wand of magic missiles?
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, one of you guys should have it. Yeah, 1d6 plus 1 expended at dawn, or restored at dawn. And if you ever use all of them, then you roll a d20, and on a 1, the wand crumbles to ash and is destroyed. Fun little thing.
Yeah. It's nice for a big burst when you can't miss.
Yeah. A cool fact from one of my previous campaigns: I actually killed Strahd with a magic missile spell.
Nice.
He had knocked out 2 of our party members already, and I was playing a sorcerer, and he came up behind me and had me grappled and was about to bite down on my neck. So my character lifted my hands behind my head, clapped them around his ears, and casted magic missiles at 5th level, and scrambled his brains. So it's great.
Nice. When we came here previously, did she have a cloak of protection, I want to say, for a couple grand? I want to say she had a really good price on it, but we were too poor at the time.
I think you were thinking of the cloak of displacement, but she does have a ring of protection, which essentially is the same thing. I'll never know why D&D 5e decided to make the ring of protection a rare item and the cloak of protection an uncommon item when they do exactly the same thing.
And they got it backwards too, because you can only wear like 1 magical ring at a time, you know? It's like, or wait, 2 magical rings at a time, right?
Well, I guess
1 in
that's
each
true
hand.
because you can only wear 1 cloak, but you can wear 2
Yeah.
rings. So I guess that makes some sense, but that way. Anyway, yeah. She could sell her ring of protection for 1,800 to you. But that one is an attunement item.
me see. Let me also ask, do you have any sort of healing items other than the potions?
Hmm.
Ooh, good question.
What sort of healing item?
Maybe scrolls. I see that you have a bountiful amount of spells. You should have some healing spells.
Yes, I
Maybe,
would indeed.
maybe even an item.
Well, there aren't very many magic items that I know of that restore health. Let me think here. I do have magical spell scrolls. One of Cure Wounds, one of Healing Word. I have a scroll of let's see. There's the other one that takes like 10 minutes. I can't remember the name of it though. That spell. You have to cast it says a 10-minute cast time, but it lets you heal like 2d8 plus your wisdom modifier. I think it's only a cleric spell though.
One other item, which I'm sure she probably doesn't have, but I'd be interested in. I'm probably too broke for it anyway. But it would be a gloves of endless javelins.
That just sounds cool.
I gotta find a 5e version of that item.
Oh, that's right. They may be only in 3.5. I didn't think of that. Yeah, now that I think about it, since they brought in the Eldritch Knight in 5e with Weapon Bond, they might have got rid of the gloves. Or have not made them in 5e.
So yeah, essentially, it makes +1 javelins that deal force damage to throw. Is that the ones you're talking about?
Right. They're from the Magic Item Compendium.
Yeah. Well, those are kind of in a different. It's kind of in a different realm, so I don't really have a good comparison on how I would create that. So
No
what
worries.
I'll do is I'll say that she doesn't have them. You might be able to find something similar that was created, for something like that in Neverwinter. But the price, I'll just tell you right now, the price I would probably go with is, it's probably 700 gold. Or sorry, 7,000 gold, because that's what's listed on
Okay.
there.
I was
Sorry.
about to say, geez, that's cheap.
Yeah, no, 7,000. And it
Okay.
so yeah, it takes up it would take up both hands. And theoretically, you could do two-handed with it because you're throwing. So you could do left hand, right hand, but the offhand would not get your damage bonus. Like it would just
Okay.
be the 1d. I want to say javelins or 1d6. They would still be +1, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with creating custom items because I feel like generally we can make stuff that works, that it's not super broken.
Oh, I've been sitting here doing math, trying to figure out how I can get 2 of these items, and I've been couple hundred short on everything, but I just remembered. Would Halia be interested in rare alchemical ingredients?
Yes. She's a potion. She makes potions too, so absolutely.
Okay.
She would buy all of whatever you wanted to sell her for that.
Alright, well, I have 360 gold worth of alchemy supplies. And also another 100. So 460.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. She would buy that. She would also mention that if you are going after a dragon, she would make sure you guys were aware. Assuming that you kill it, she would ask if you are aware of how to harvest a dragon.
No, but I would like to know.
And she would give you the basic layout, that essentially there are several different parts of a dragon that can be harvested. And I'm not going to give you those details now because that, I'll say that she gives your characters the lowdown on how to harvest a dragon. She says she's never done it herself, but she has studied it. Those that have killed dragons in the past have harvested them, and it's something that can be studied. She says that if you guys were going to Neverwinter, you could even look up a book, which would be in the Tower of Knowledge. That there are a few written books on dragon anatomy. You might even be able to research how dragons fight, to maybe get some sort of info to scout before you go there. And then also, like what dragon anatomy is like for harvesting. She says there, I'm not sure how big this dragon is or what age it is, but a lot of times you can get thousands and thousands of gold worth of materials from a dragon's remains. And certainly if you needed anywhere to sell those, I would give you a better price than anyone else. Because I would love to be able to work with dragon reagents. It would be a very special experience.
I'm sure the Rockseeker brothers and the Spell would appreciate some dragon materials for some items too. We could probably all make a pretty penny.
Exactly. Profit could be made by everyone. That's kind of the name of the game here.
Alright, so I guess here's what I've decided. I will buy from her the Cloak of Protection and the Pearl of Power.
Okay.
And I am tapped out.
And it's worth noting that both of those are attunement items.
Yeah, it took me a second to make sure I wanted those two, so make sure I had enough attunement slots, but right now I'm only attuned to the Wand of Web, so that would be my 3. I was thinking about the Ogre Power Gauntlets, but I did just take a new infusion. I switched to infusion when I leveled up, so I get the Armor of Magical Strength now anyway, so hopefully that will take care of my strength deficiency.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll go with the Pearl of Power and the Cloak of Protection.
Anything else for anybody?
Yeah, I'm gonna get 2 greater healing potions.
Okay.
And
So
then
200 gold for that.
And then detect magic and levitate scroll while we're here.
Okay. And I think detect magic is first level, and levitate is, I want to say, second level.
Yeah, it's second level.
So that would be 110 gold for both of those.
What about potions of greater healing? Sorry if you already said it.
Yeah, those are 100 each.
Okay.
And she has plenty.
Okay. I'm gonna take 3 of them.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So 300 gold.
Yep. So I'm down to 372 gold. So I need to stop spending.
And you guys start to realize as you look back at your nearly, in some cases, nearly empty coin purses, that it was awfully convenient that Halia just handed you this ton of gold, not but 2 days, 1 or 2 days before, and now you've basically given all of it back to her, almost as if she kind of knew that was going to happen.
I think
Not in
for
a
her,
bad
it's an
way,
investment.
but
I still
I think it's an
retain
investment
most
for
of
her.
it.
We brought her a lot of gold. She wants to keep us alive because she knows we'll keep bringing her stuff. So
yeah, she knows
I
that
think
this is
it's
a
an investment.
mutual. This is symbiotic between her and this party. So
Oh, definitely. She's made our life a lot easier and been real helpful. Even if there is something about her that I don't quite have my finger on, she's a little scary.
well, and
But
I'm
she's
not
been
even
nice.
saying that she was like being manipulative, like, oh, here, now give me all back.
No,
Like,
no.
it's almost more like she wanted an excuse to be able to give you a lot of this stuff and wanted to be able to justify it. And that's the way she can justify it is now because of essentially what she's done is she traded you all this stuff that she has in her inventory that she probably would not have been able to push out to anyone else. It's useful to you, but now she also gets, to create more stuff out of the mine because she has more control and influence there.
Definitely.
All right, so last call. Anything else before you guys leave? Finally, get out of this one shop. All right, good.
I don't know what to buy, so I think I'm good.
Remember, if you die fighting the dragon, all the gold in the world in your pocket doesn't help.
Yep, and it gets
Yeah,
distributed
true.
to the rest of us because we're going
That's
to lose.
true. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, hey, you have to loot your dead party members. Anybody that says that's bad form just doesn't understand how adventuring works.
Well, what are
The,
you gonna do? Just leave it there?
Exactly.
Or the
One survivor shows up.
I'm not gonna bury him with 1,000 gold.
With a bunch of magic items.
we're gonna hold it for when his cousin that has the same name and looks exactly like him shows up in 2 days. We're
Yeah,
gonna
it's
give
an,
it to him.
it's an inheritance.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Next
she,
of kin. Let's go.
Yeah.
I really hope that trope ends up being
In the movie, yeah.
Yeah.
They've gotta. They absolutely have to. And it's gotta be like right after, too. It's gotta be like he dies and then his brother walks in 3 seconds later. Oh no, brother! Well, I'm here to avenge my brother.
He had a brother? A twin brother? He never mentioned that. That's so crazy. Yeah, well, come on in.
Everybody
twin
should come with
brother.
a twin brother in their background, just in case.
He had a
Then,
twin brother
um,
and a brood of spiders.
None of the party members are like treated like the character is actually dead at all.
Yeah.
I guess my only other source of business, well, one of two things. I would like to basically just go sell a bunch of mundane items like my old armor and some of my starting weapons that I just haven't used.
Sure.
I got 2 whips, 2 short swords, and a shield and splint armor.
Get the price is going here. So 1 gold each for the whip. I should say for the whips. The split mail she could buy for 100 gold. And what else?
2 short swords and a shield.
Shield for 5 gold. And also 5 gold per short sword.
Nice.
And she would also mention that she's prepared that wagon. And whenever you guys are ready, she's rented 2 horses from Barthen, or sorry, the 2 oxen from Barthen to pull it. And anytime you guys are if you guys are still interested, she's ready to make that shipment up to Neverwinter. She says that if you guys aren't interested at this point, there are so few incursions on the road that she actually would feel safe sending it without an escort. But that it is now, it's basically she's shipping all of the stuff that you guys have sold her. There's not a whole lot else on there, but she doesn't think she could sell all of this, so she's gonna ship it up there. But yeah, there are like thousands of gold worth of arms and armaments at this point that she's shipping on this cart. So she really doesn't want to leave it alone. But she feels like it probably will be fine either way.
Well, we're heading that way anyway, so.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say we're heading that way anyway, so I mean, we may as well help out with that.
Yeah, of course, just in case something happens, we are business partners now. We all lose out if she loses out.
Yeah, that's fair.
Agreed.
It would just be a shame for you to have to go out there and round up all that weaponry and armors again.
Yeah, no. Her, she's probably telling every bandit within 100 miles that will be running down the street with a bunch of magic items and a wagon full of stuff to sell in Neverwinter, just knowing that there's going to be a trail of dead bodies, coming back, leading back behind us, and hey, look, we have another couple grand worth of stuff for you. She's like, oh, imagine that.
Good business model.
Honestly, I don't even hate it.
A potion of greater healing was 100?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to take that one more potion of greater healing from her, and then hand $100 to whoever we have running the protectorate in our absence.
Okay. Yeah, they will definitely take that.
So they can continue their work and training and arming people.
Yeah, they vow to distribute that gold amongst everybody in the protectorate, and to keep them both well motivated and well fed and well armored.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go grab a water real quick.
All right.
Is it that she has a potion of superior healing?
Yeah, she has a few of those.
I'd like to purchase one.
300.
300 gold. Yep.
I'll purchase one for 300.
All right. Hey, big spenders.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a superior one too.
All
Why
right.
not?
Could be useful.
Yeah, it could be, especially if I.
My guy's very
dragon.
frugal. Very thrifty.
Something that you and Holly have in common. All right, well, you guys got to go ahead and head out to Neverwinter then, or do you have anything else you want to do in town?
Nope, I'm ready now.
All right. Well, you guys go ahead and load up the wagon. And, oh, wait, did I move you onto the map? No, I did not. So you guys are still on fan. There we go. So yeah, you guys go ahead and load up the wagon. And you leave part of the way through the morning. You guys actually only make it about halfway, a little over halfway up the high road the first day. And you guys are going at a pretty decent pace. You guys feel like it's pretty safe on these roads now, and you don't see any issues along the roads. You do see the traffic is actually picked up a little bit. You can tell that they're where coming down here originally from Neverwinter. You guys only actually saw one or two different people traveling along the road. This first day, you encounter a dozen or more going up and down the high road. So you can tell that suddenly it seems like people are more willing to travel. And you start to get the idea that's probably because you've made the roads a much safer place to travel without the trouble of the Kragmaw clan, without the roving orcs, without the random undead, and of course without the Black Spiders network and minions. And then you guys camp out, you rest up, and then you set out early in the morning. and you're able to get there
Before we-
around midday.
Before we take that rest, can I put a spell in my Pearl of Power?
Absolutely, yeah. Oh no, that's actually not how Pearl Power works. You're thinking of the Ring of Spell Storing. The Pearl of Power, which I will grab for you here. It
Okay,
just
I see.
restores
You're
a
the
spell.
spell slot.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. Awesome. You know what? I think I like that. Maybe even better.
Yeah, it does take your action, so it's
Instead, we're taking
maybe
a rest.
yeah, you guys get a long rest on the road.
Okay, I'm gonna use the time to attune to my +2 hand axe for the weapon bond, or not attune to it, but bond to it.
All right.
Yeah, I'll attune to my stuff too, and use at the end of that long rest to make my plate mail my arcane armor.
Okay.
I'm gonna start putting the enlarge reduce spell in my book.
All right. And with your newly bound quill, that can negate a lot of the cost of that. So yeah,
So
you can.
nice.
Yeah, you can
It's
do
all the
one.
cost,
One.
right?
It does one. It creates enough ink for one level spell inscription per day. So essentially, over the course of 2 days, you could add a second level spell to your book.
Okay, right on. I'll finish the rest tonight.
Okay. And about midday, you guys get to Neverwinter. Again, the big sprawling city. And what would you guys like to do?
I guess
Let's
so.
straight for
We'll
that.
first go and deliver the wagon.
All right. So yeah, there's an armed and armaments shop that Lenine, the owner of the Lion Shield Coster, had directed you to here in the city. So you get directions from one of the local guards. They're more than happy to point you in that direction. You take the cart and turn it in essentially to them, and with a little note on there that is delivered. They actually reward you each with 10 gold as a part of the deal. And they thank you and say we'll have the gold shipped down to Phandalin for Lenine. Thank you very much. This will help. There's been an influx of spending for arms and armaments in the city. Apparently, there's some sort of demonic incursion going on to the south. That's
What?
yeah, I don't have all the details, but apparently there have been demons that have been sprouting up somewhere in the south, somewhere east of Baldur's Gate. So we've actually been routinely putting shipments of this together and sending them via magical teleportation down to Baldur's Gate because they've been arming they've been arming people to defend the city. Not Baldur's Gate itself, but it's one of the slightly smaller cities around that area.
By demons, did you mean just terrible creatures, or specifically demons?
Demons, devils, something like that. I always get those mixed up. Something seems to be attacking it from the hell. So I don't have all the information. I just get tidbits as we do the trade routes.
The way she goes.
Yeah,
Thank you for
word comes through
connection
this.
and the gold, friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, for what it's worth, I appreciate the safe, secure transport of this. I believe these weapons will be put to good use to save lives down there.
Well, maybe sometime in the near future you could show us how to do that teleportation that you're using to move those things. We have a couple capable spellcasters, and that would help our operation in Vandelver immensely.
Oh, well, that's definitely not something that I do. But if you did want to inquire about how teleportation magic works, that's something that you could probably inquire at the Tower of Knowledge. That is actually where the one and only permanent spells teleportation circle is located here in Neverwinter.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. And he bids you adieu after paying you each that 10 gold. And...
I'm happy I doubled my gold there, so.
There you go. And you guys are reminded that at the beginning of your journey, this is essentially what you were doing at the start. So it's come full circle. You were paid 10 gold each to escort that first cart full of mining supplies for the Rockseeker brothers. So you all get a bit of a nostalgia feeling as you walk away from the shop. And where would you like to go next year in the big city?
We wish to find this magical item shop that our friend
The Hall
in
of
Vandenham
Mirrors.
is speaking of.
Yeah. So
Do we have a map of the city?
You know, that's something I probably should have made for you guys. But
Not
typically
big.
people spend so little time in Neverwinter that I just kind of wing it. But there's definitely a map of Neverwinter out there. I would know because I'm playing in a Sword Coast campaign right now on Saturdays that we are in Neverwinter right now, and our characters are literally in the Tower of Knowledge. So there definitely is one. In fact, I could probably just grab it real quick online and at least paste it in the Discord so you guys can get an idea of what's going on here.
Actually, I think I posted one on Discord just a couple days ago.
Actually, I think I do remember you doing. Oh, cool. Yep.
He beat me by like half a second. But yeah, you guys
I
can
like
see
yours better.
the...
It looks more like an old-timey map.
The other one has bigger text.
Cool.
To where I'm not poor of sight.
So yeah, the Hall of Mirrors is in one of the commerce areas. It's in the bottom left part of the the bottom right part of the town. Again, you guys get directions from the guards, and they also tell you where the Tower of Knowledge is. It says House of Knowledge on here, but you guys can kind of see it from where you are in the city right now, because the shop is more towards the lower center part of town, and you look over and there's this big area that actually has a wall going around it, and it has one large tower that almost looks like a lighthouse. But it's not a lighthouse. It's just a large tower, and below it there are several buildings that appear to be attached to it. And they would say, just be wary. That location is one of the most protected and well guarded areas in the city. Pretty much second just to the castle itself. It's not so much something that you need to worry about. I would just make sure that you're on your best behavior there.
Thank you for the warning.
Okay, so if you guys want to go to the Hall of Mirrors, you can go down to the southeastern part of the city. At this point, yeah, you guys arrived here at midday. It's been a couple of hours to kind of guide the wagon through the city, and now make your way down to the Hall of Mirrors. It's this medium-sized shop that you can see from the outside. It looks very well built and very well maintained. And you notice one interesting thing about it. There's a little bit of a... It's not even really a heavy rain, but it's almost like a little mist falling around the city as you walk through it. But you notice there seems to be some sort of barrier, like a magical barrier around the building that the water actually falls and almost runs off of it, like there's a little dome acting as an umbrella above the shop.
Do we have any problem moving through the field?
Oh no, not at all. It looks like you would get the idea that this is actually a somewhat common magical enchantment, and it just protects from the rain. It's meant to. It's one way of weatherproofing your building.
Gotcha.
But yeah, you guys walk in, and the first thing you notice is there's a reason that it's called the Hall of Mirrors, and that's simply because there are mirrors everywhere in the design of this shop. It actually gets a little dizzying sometimes because you'll, as you guys are starting to walk through and explore the shop, it's like those little areas in dressing rooms where there's like the triple mirrors where like you can look and there's like multiple vantage points of yourself coming from multiple places. And a lot of times as you look around and see your friends, you get a little confused on which one is the reflection and which one is the real one. And it starts playing with your mind a little bit as you go through this maze of mirrors and you see everything that's displayed. And they have a lot of different things here. You go through and it's for those of you that are shopping for magic items, it's like you're a kid that's just stepped into the candy store.
Where is the shopkeep?
So you there are a couple of well, first of all, you go past the guards that are guarding both the outside and the inside entrance, which just guarding the door there are 4 rather plain looking guards. They don't look like they are capable of taking you out, but certainly capable of sounding an alarm of some type. And there are a couple of young pages that kind of wander around the shop and are straightening things up here and there. And you ask one of them where the shopkeep is, and they direct you to the middle of the shop. And you make your way through the maze of mirrors, and you see there is a square area in the middle that acts as basically a desk that goes all the way around this the center part of this chamber, and you can see one a rather short looking man. He's not bald, but he's got like the bald top, and then he's got the hair going around. You can see he's got slightly pointed ears, which would tip you off that he looks as though he's a half elf. And he turns around and says, "Ah, new customers. I don't believe I've ever seen you all in here." And then he kind of looks you all over and says, "But I see you're not necessarily new to magic items. Perhaps you're here for a trade or have something to sell?"
Yes, yes, sir. We're quite the design you have for this establishment. It's very intriguing, I must say.
Well-
Yes, we came to your store to seek for interesting and intriguing magical items. As you see, we are adventurers. We wish to put these items to good use for our biggest and boldest, I'd say, task ahead of us. And we were recommended by somebody to see your store.
Hollia Thornton by name. A nice woman over near Fandolin.
Ah, yes, you must be the adventurers that I've heard so much about.
People talk about
fame precedes us.
Well, I have regular communications with Halia. She's one of the ones that I deal with the most in distributing some of these items, and I had recently asked her about the uptick in her custom orders, and she had mentioned that there were a couple of adventurers that were going around the area, helping aid her and making some coin and moving some of her products.
Hopefully we can continue to do so, and we all make a nice profit off it.
Well, indeed. So, tell me, what ventures are you looking to get use of these magic items out? Perhaps I can help you find something that may aid in your future endeavors.
I have heard of a particular kind of weapon. It's I have not seen it anywhere in my adventures or helping and aiding people within my guild of knights. Have you, by chance, procured a sunblade?
All right, I will have you roll a d20.
Okay. Okay, so / roll d20, please. Oh my gosh.
I was kind of hoping you would roll a natural one because there was only one roll that could have a certain outcome for that specific question, and I kind of wanted it to happen. Let me prepare this. Because honestly, I didn't expect that to happen, but
Oh, this item's going to be real good. Make sure you get this one.
But I will ask you, as a consequence of this, what type of weapon is your preferred weapon? In terms of swords.
Oh, my character sheet?
Well, no, just in general. So the Sunblade is a long sword. Is a long sword what you usually use, or is it short sword, great sword? Okay. He would say, I might have something that fits. Something similar. I don't believe I have a Sunblade in particular, but let me go looking real quick to see if I have anything for you. And he goes to the back. You can see that's interesting. You guys start to look at this desk, and it looks as if there's no opening, but then you see him just walk through it, almost as if there's an illusion spell somewhere, and it's almost like when it glitches in a video game graphic. And he walks seemingly through part of the desk, and he goes to a certain part of the shop.
What fascinating magics!
And he brings back a sword that appears to be on fire. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty fine looking blade. Excellent craftsmanship. The base of it looks like it has a red glowing gem. And he says, "Well, I just happen to have this one. This has been in the shop for quite a while. It's called Flame Tongue."
Oh, I called it. I knew it.
That was my
Nice.
guess.
I was-
hope so.
I was literally chatting with Claudius in Discord saying it's Flame Tongue. It's got to be Flame Tongue.
I had another thought because of the nat one, but I'm not gonna say anything yet.
Wow, 2d6 extra too. That's nice.
Goodness. It lights a blaze. Maybe not with holy flame, but quite amazing. Tell me,
Right. This has been in the shop for quite a while. It's a rather rare item. It's one of a kind. It's actually a part of a family of swords that were created quite a long time ago. There were 5 of these elemental swords, and well, to be quite honest, there's really been nobody here anybody that's ever come to the shop that can afford this item. But I don't mind showing it off occasionally, and he gives it a swing, and you can see the flames erupting off of it to kind of display the extra fire that would curl around anything that it struck. The only other weapon that I've ever heard of from the family is named Chilton. It has ice properties that are similar to this one, but apparently there are 3 others from 3 of the other elemental magics.
you said it's been in your shop for quite some time. Let me ask, is there any particular reason?
Well, as I said, I've been unable to find anyone that has both the coin and the interest in purchasing it.
So what would be the price for such an incredible weapon?
For Friends of Halia, I could probably let it go for 8,000. And he actually he grabs what now you realize was strapped to his back, which is the sheath. And as he holds the dagger, as he holds the sword blade down, he pushes it, still aflame, pushes it back into the sheath, and as it goes further, the flame slowly roils out until it is put completely out once it's completely put away. And he sets it on the table.
Truly an
I'll let you
interesting-
ponder that for a bit. Is there anything
Also-
else that you may be looking for?
Yes. Being a man of my certain talents, I'd also wonder, what do you have that could be of the protective sort?
Oh, we have all
to
sorts
assist
of
me?
protective magic. And he kind of looks over all of you, and he looks specifically at you, Tormar, and he says, well, I have one item that springs to mind immediately that one such as yourself might be interested in. He presents a pair
I'm
of
interested.
bracers of fence.
And how much for those?
Oh, whoops. That's not what I meant to do. These would be 1,200. If I could open them.
Nice, +2.
Yeah, but that only works for people that do not wear armor. Which is why he specifically targeted you with those. And he says, I have magical armor, shields that, and shields that offer extra protection. Oh, and I do have this, and he brings out a little box from another part of the shop. He once again goes back and brings back this small box. he takes this small pyramid-shaped item and actually twirls it about his head. It says they call this an Ioun stone. Its magics will make you slightly harder to hit.
Nice. Aren't there a bunch of different kinds of those?
There are indeed. I believe we possess 2 other Ioun stones. The Ioun Stone of Regeneration and the Ioun Stone of Absorption. And he would give you the price for all of these, which, let's see. The Ioun Stone of Absorption is 2,400. The Protection, 1,200. And Regeneration is 3,000. And you would all get the sense that you're not getting nearly as good a deal as what we get off Palia, but he is still giving you a bit of a deal.
We'll change his mind if we come back alive.
Does he have a ring of spell storing by chance? If I can afford it.
Yeah, let me take a look here. Where are the rings? There it is. Yes, he does. And that one costs 9,000 gold. That item's pretty rare.
How much was the protection stone?
The Ioun Stone of Protection, 1,200.
That's not bad.
And the bracers were 15, right? 1,500?
1,200. Yeah, the Ioun Stone just gives a +1. But the caveat with the bracers of defense is that you can't use armor with it. It doesn't stack onto armor, so it gives it's for the same price. You actually get a +2 out of it, but it's got that giant downside for like non-barbarians, monks, and mages.
Also, the plus of the bracers over the stone is the stone has an AC of 24, 10 hit points, and can be, well, destroyed or taken away from you if someone targets it.
Sure,
Whereas
theoretically,
the bracers
yeah.
don't have that problem. And
It's not as if somebody could instantly use it, because it does require attunement. But if it was taken off of your person, then yeah, you're right. It would no longer be a benefit to you.
Well, it says it has an AC of 24, and someone can. So basically, it can be attacked. Someone could take that 1 AC away from you.
Well, it says that it's considered to be an object that is being worn while it orbits your head. So it would be the same as them trying to take a magic item off of your person, like take bracers off of you. That would be hard. Because everything magic, it fits to your person.
Gotcha.
So everything is a tight fit, essentially, like not uncomfortably so, but everything magic just fits perfect. I wish we had magical clothes in real life. That'd be great.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the ones. What is that? The robes of a.
The what? The dress of many pockets would be really fun. But I would want it to be like a vest. If it was a vest of many pockets, that'd be fun. Let's see.
Cargo pants of many pockets.
Yeah, well, those already have many pockets. Well done, though. All
Alright, I'm gonna grab those bracers.
Okay. It's 1,200 gold.
Let me ask you, good sir. See, that sword is very, very valuable to you. What would you happen to have any sort of shields or armor plating?
Well, yes, we have shields and armor of all kinds. What is there anything specific you're looking for?
Let me ask first, do you have any enchanted armor or shields?
We have pretty much one set of any armor that is +1 or +2. We may even have 1 or 2 that are +3, but those can get quite expensive. Okay, you get just for reference, +3 shields are considered very rare items, and +3 armor is considered a legendary item. But yeah, he would just go over the prices with you guys. +2 armor is 5,000. Same with +2 shield. Would also be 5,000. And
That's not bad. +2 is a huge mathematical, bump.
yeah, especially because they're not attunement.
Yeah, definitely super nice.
And he would have any of the +1 armor for 1,500, and a +1 shield is also 1,500. He would also show you to a sentinel shield, which he has on sale for 8,000. Anything else protection based?
Increasing my capabilities with armor might be a very good decision for the coming battle. Remember facing a dragon years before. That's how I met my beloved.
What sort of... Do you know what color the dragon is?
It happens to be green.
Yes. I have heard of such a beast roaming these areas. It's occasionally seen flying overhead and somewhere to the east of here. It's been sighted.
How? You said the +1 armor was 1,500.
Yes, indeed. And we have any type of +1 armor that you would like.
Any type. What is the best kind of +1 armor that you can carry?
Well, the strongest would be plate.
I have chainmail.
Yes, we certainly have +1 chainmail.
That plate's a nice upgrade.
And the plate is 1,500.
All of it is actually 1,500, because once you get to the point where you've enchanted the armor, all enchanted armor is more expensive than mundane regular armor. So it becomes pointless to price it out based on the base cost of the armor. So they just charge whatever the enchantment costs for it, which is 1,500.
So, how much would it be if I decided to trade in my chainmail armor and my shield? It'll be the same.
Okay. So you wanna trade in chainmail, and is it just a regular shield?
Yes.
Okay, so it'd be 500. It'd be 5 gold for the shield, and I think it was 100 for chainmail. No, 75. So actually, it would only be 50. He would do 5 gold for the chainmail. Or sorry, 5 gold for the shield, 50 gold for the chainmail. So they would take that at 55 gold, and it would say, really, we have a close relationship with the local arms and armaments center. So just to be honest with you, we are planning on we would essentially be selling this back to them, but it would save you a trip across the city, and we actually we give the same prices that they do.
Okay.
That allows for easier trade-in for any items that anyone's wishing to procure on either side.
I would wish to make this trade.
Okay. So that gives you 55 gold discount on what item are you buying?
Is the +1 plate armor.
Okay. So yeah, you can take a +1 plate. Actually, I think in the compendium it lists the so so plate armor +1.
As well as a shield.
And you want a +1 shield?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Same as would just in the compendium would be a. Do you know how to add that to your character sheet?
I'm trying to, but I'm having to use my cell phone, so it's a little bit more difficult.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that. Let's give it a second.
Thank you.
We're gonna delete out of here your chainmail, shield. And did you change the gold total already?
I haven't yet, so it's 3,000. Actually, no. It'd be 55 off of that, so it'd be...
Right, so 3,000 down, and then 55 gold up would put you at 48. And shield +1. There you go, Mr. 22 armor class.
Nice.
Yes.
Note to self. Do not target Claudius with attacks.
When I say I raise my shield, I raise my shield.
And he would say, you know, as a token of a bargain well struck, and since you are attempting to rid the land of this horrible beast, why don't you take these as just a little extra insurance? I very much want you to return from this venture, and he would give you 3 additional potions of resistance.
Thank you. Thank you very much, good sir. Let me ask, do you happen to supply other guilds outside of the city, mayhaps?
Well, we have connections and contracts with many a guild, and many other places, not only in this region but also throughout Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate. We have maybe not direct connections, but connections through third parties that we'll trade with. We're one of the main hubs for magic items in the Sword Coast, and those other cities have also their main shops, but we all try to procure and share and trade when necessary.
Let me tell you, I am part of a guild of charitable knights who seek to better the lands, ridding this world of of evil things that taint villages, that attack people, that cause the undead to rise. We could definitely use the magical armaments from your shop in the future, if need be.
Well, I would be happy to aid in these endeavors. And being a part of such an order, I guess I would understand why you're willing to risk your life to attempt to rid these lands of a vile creature such as a green dragon.
So then I lift up, as soon as he mentions dragon, I pull my helmet off to show the scar over my eye and point to it. This scar right here, I received from a dragon years ago. It's actually how I met my beloved. You see, right before the dragon sought to rip my head off of my shoulders, the other members of my guild lined up a ballista shot it right in the chest and killed it. But its talons still struck my face. I was blind in the eye for weeks until the healers were able to get it fully covered.
Nice scar.
Quite interesting. He sort of, he doesn't, by the way, he doesn't flinch when you take off your helmet. You know, it seems as though he has seen some pretty gruesome things, and this doesn't really stand out from the pact, from the reaction that you get. But he does look at you and study. He listens to you very respectfully, and then says, "I'll tell you what. If you're able to defeat this dragon, come back to me. I may have. I'll make some inquiries. I don't know how you feel about that scar, but I may know somebody who can help with it."
Sir, I thank you. Many people have asked if I wanted to have it removed in the first place, but really I wish to keep it as a reminder that I was so close to death, but yet I was spared from such.
Well, if you ever have a change of heart, let me know. I may be able to procure some more powerful regenerative magic than may have been subject to save your eye the first time. Could spare you the having to live the rest of your days out with the remnants. Though I understand that a reminder is not necessarily a bad thing to keep one motivated and moving forward, but it's important to remember that once you achieve, it's important to also allow yourself to celebrate these victories and to and you must remember that forgiveness and closure is a gift that's given to yourself as much as it is to whatever you're seeking out.
I'm going to bow very deeply to this guy and say, well said.
Thank you, good sir. Another reason why I also keep this scar is because the wife likes it.
Well, that's not something I can help with, unfortunately, but
Interesting thing of note I noticed, sir. Do you happen to be of elven ancestry, by chance?
well, on my mother's side, yes, she was a wood elf that came out of a local area, a little outside Baldur's Gate. But my father was a human dock worker, actually, here in Neverwinter.
Interesting. My beloved is an Avario. I don't know if you've ever heard of them before.
Out of character, what is that?
He is not. But he would know that there are several different variants of elves. So he would assume from the speech pattern that you're speaking of one of those types of elves.
Out of character, my guy knows Elven tongue, mainly because she taught him how to speak that language.
Yeah.
So that's one of the languages he knows.
Oh, so technically every single one of us could communicate in Elven. I think three of us are elves, and you're married to one then, right?
Yes, so I have a proper knowledge of it.
So an Avariel is an elf with wings.
Yes.
Basically,
They're
they look kind
enemies?
of like an angel.
They're enemies of dragons, but they're confused with celestials or angels. And all truth be told, she was attacked by the dragon. She was trying to be helped by the villagers from her wounds and whatnot. The dragon attacked the village trying to find her and kill her. Because dragons and Variel hate each other.
Is she a warlike or peaceful Variel?
She's very warlike, which is part of the reason why she likes the scar in the first place.
So I mean, like, there's actually two subclasses of Vario. One's like two societal factions. One's warlike and one's peaceful. The warlike are the ones who are constantly trying to seek after and hunt down dragons. The peaceful ones are just trying to mind their own business.
Oh. She was one that was really trying to mind her own business. She wasn't trying to hunt for the dragon. It was trying to hunt for her.
Mistaken identity.
Yes.
You know, elves with wings, they all look alike. I'm sorry, was
Basically.
that racist? I didn't mean it like that.
No.
Um,
Dragons
I guess
are not good.
While we're here in Neverwinter, it's not a magic item, but I would like to know if I could buy a metal net, like a stronger net
Yeah,
than
certainly.
the base nets.
Yeah, that's something that we'll say retroactively that you could have bought in the arms and armament shop, because a more mundane net would probably be in a general store. But if you're specifically going for a net that would be used in more of a combat situation,
Right.
that they would have that there.
All right. Yeah. What are the prices on those?
Good question.
Normal net's 1 gold, but
Yep.
metal makes it gotta be at least worth 10, 15, 20, something like that.
Well, I guess without knowing if there actually is a metal net item or if we're just making something up here, I guess I would need to know the effect of it, like what it does extra.
Nothing. I just need it to be metal.
Okay, so it's just a flavor thing. Okay, so we'll say 5 gold.
Okay, so my what I want out of it is to be able to throw it on someone and then use heat metal. So that's why I want it specifically to be metal.
Okay. We'll
Like
say
people.
we'll say that yes. We'll say that it's 5 gold for it. You have a metal net, and we'll say that the extra effect is that if you have a strength score of 15 or lower, you have disadvantage when you are attempting to throw the net as an attack, and you automatically miss the long range. If you're you would automatically miss on the net's long range if you have a strength score of 15 or lower, and any creature caught in the net has the same effect. Essentially, if they have a strength score of 15 or less, they have disadvantage on the saving throw to escape the net.
All right, yeah. I'll take 2.
Okay. So it is a little heavier than your standard net, obviously, but yeah, and it's almost like it reminds you a little bit of chainmail in its design, where a net is much more open. These are more closed rivets that are it's still breathable, but yeah, there's not a whole lot of space between the links.
Okay, and it's straight. If I'm not above 15, then I can't throw it at all, or is it like a DC of 15 or something?
No, if your strength is below 15, then you have disadvantage on throwing it at the regular range, which is 5.
Okay.
And you would have and it would automatically miss it at long range, which is 15.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because yeah, even a regular net can't be thrown more than 15 feet, but this one you can only throw it that far if you had a score of 15 or higher.
Okay. Cool.
All right, and I'll have you all make an insight check while you're still here in the Hall of Mirrors.
that negative wisdom modifier is really going to hurt me later in the game.
What do you mean later in the game?
Well, the first couple of tiers, there's not so many, you're dead spells.
You said insight check?
That's true. Yeah, insight check.
Oh, hang on. No, not that one. This one.
And I need one from Sheriff. Okay, there we go. All right, so Claudius and Sheriff, you two specifically see a little smile play across his. Oh, this music got oddly intense for some reason. There we go, much better. You see a little odd smirk play across his face as he starts to wave his hands in a bit of a magical gesture. And he says, "Well, I guess I could always loan you this ancient spear of dragon slaying." And you guys see this large, almost like a what's the things that they use on horses to jab at each? Yeah, it's the lance appear above his head. And Claudius and Sheriff, you two both realize he's making a joke. It's not a real thing. You would even realize the spell that he just cast was Major Image.
Yeah.
But it did give me an idea. With some raw materials and my smith's tools, we could make one. I know what I'm making now.
The legendary Lance of Dragon Slaying.
What's so magic about it? Nothing. It's huge.
He's like, I'm kidding. There's no such thing. He waves it away.
I'm gonna petition that we make an arrowhead of total destruction.
I think that one's played out.
There.
All right. Well, we are a little over halfway, and I do want to make sure that we have time to do the dragon fight tonight. So, last call if you have. Yeah, well, actually, you guys haven't been to the Hall of the Tower of Knowledge yet. I know you guys wanted to drop by there. So we'll just do that quickly if that's all right with you guys.
Yeah.
What is there anything in particular you guys want to research?
Any weaknesses it has, or successful battle plans, successful strategies people have used in the past, and it's obviously it's offensive capabilities.
Okay, go ahead. Had you guys made a roll for this before to learn about the dragon, or is it the first time you guys are researching it?
I have not.
I think we rolled outside the cave to determine, basically kind of what it was, that it was a green dragon.
Okay. Well, go ahead and I'll have either one person, either two of you can roll a straight roll, or one of you can roll with advantage. You can either do an investigation check to search the archives, or you can just that's what you're doing here. Otherwise it would just be base knowledge, which would be like nature.
Would someone like to help me investigate?
I will help you.
You know what, I'll let two people make the investigation check if you guys want, because you guys can get the Tower of Knowledge to actually the monks there to help you find it, so they can give you the help action to two people.
All right, I got a +8, so I'm rolling with advantage. Oh, come on, good roll.
Yeah, I would say 26 is pretty good.
Ouch.
You guys find a book specifically on dragon lore, and it goes over each of the chromatic dragons and what their main, like how dangerous they are, how they fight, and also what each of their breath weapons are like. And as you research, you would see And they also give a general size description. So, best that you can tell, Athtar, is that this dragon appears to be roughly the size of a young dragon. So you don't think it's an adult dragon, which would be far more dangerous. But it is still pretty tough to kill.
Dragon's a dragon.
A dragon's a dragon. This is not, definitely not a wormling or a youngling. This is a young green dragon. They fly, and they can fly, swim, and still move pretty fast just on the ground. They don't have any vulnerabilities, but they are immune to poison damage and being poisoned. And poison breath is also the breath weapon that they use, and it goes in a 30-foot cone.
I'm going to relay this information to everyone and tell everyone. So it looks like, when we attack this thing, everyone try to stay, as spread out as we can, so it doesn't catch more than one of us at a time with that breath, because, well, even a young dragon's breath could knock down the hardiest of adventurer.
Practically speaking, what if we all picked, since this beast has 4 legs, a leg to stand by? Possibly his positions.
The other information you would get on the dragon is that green dragons are they are fairly intelligent. But specifically, they are the most cunning and treacherous of the chromatic dragons. So you would also read in the book that that killing is not the only way to deal with a dragon. Dragons are intelligent creatures that can potentially be reasoned with if given a good enough reason to. But specifically with green dragons, it would say that using that type of approach, you would want to be rather cautious and skeptical, because they are the most cunning and treacherous of them. They will use misdirection and trickery to attempt to get upper hand on their foes. They have nasty tempers and are thoroughly evil, and they take special pleasure in subverting and corrupting the good-hearted.
Sounds very much like this beast. There are no redemptive qualities of these kinds. Not even such a creature. I guess killing it seems to be the only option.
Yeah, it doesn't have any vulnerabilities. Did everyone pick up some sort of protection item, resistance item?
I have potions.
Yeah, I believe at least two of you had bought, I think 3 of you actually had bought potions of resistance. And Gerald had just given you 3 more. So you guys could have 6 total potions of resistance amongst you. So if any of you don't have one, you could just take one at this point.
Yeah, I got that protection from Poison Scroll, but I'll grab one of the resistance ones.
There you go.
I think we also wanted to research a little on the dragon anatomy.
Okay, yeah, and with a 26, you guys would be able to learn pretty much everything you need to know about harvesting dragon parts. And I will go ahead and say that for now, I'll just give you a summary, and then we'll go over it in more detail, of course, if you're able to kill the dragon later. But basically, you can get scales, bone, fangs, horns, wings, let's see, yeah, wings, and then there are two particularly difficult things to harvest, which is the heart, and then also the sac that contains the magical essence of the dragon's breath, and that part can be dangerous to try to harvest and difficult, but it also is also quite valuable and has a couple of different uses. But all of those things are valuable, and they can be used to as uncommon magical reagents.
Nice.
All right, well, I'm ready to go fight a dragon to the death.
Okay.
What about you guys?
Yep, same.
All right. Well, you guys, you head out, and you actually have a pretty easy trek just along the river, which is kind of nice because not only do you have a pretty clear path to take there that's easy to follow, but also you have access to clean, fresh, flowing water all the way through. Until you get to about here, you notice that the water starts to turn a little green, and it starts to smell a little bit. I'll just be frank about it. It starts to smell poisoned, as if the water has been corrupted. After a certain point, flowing downriver, eventually it clears itself out, and as water is wont to do, as it goes up against enough rocks, eventually it kind of filters itself over a few miles. But it's at this point it starts to get greener and less appealing and more corrupted, it looks like. But eventually you guys do make your way to Thunder Tree.
What time were we able to maybe squeeze in one more long rest or no?
Yeah, if you guys wanted to stay the night in Neverwinter and then go out in the morning, that would have been fine. You could have done that.
Sounds
I-
like a good time.
I
Yeah, I think
also wanted to trade my Javelin of Lightning to Sheriff.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, nice.
And so before we rest, I'm gonna, well, I guess while we do that rest, I'll bond to it. So I'll be bonded to my +2 hand axe and the Javelin of Lightning, since I can only bond to 2 weapons at a time.
Alrighty.
And I have finished adding that enlarge reduce spell into my book here.
Very nice. All right. Well, you guys arrive a little after afternoon, and gradually, as you approach the ruins, the trail becomes old, overgrown, and winds between multiple dilapidated buildings, choked in vines and brush. Ahead of you, you see in the middle of the settlement, the northern middle part of it, you see it rises into a steep hill upon which stands a stone tower that is partially collapsed in the roof and has an adjoining cottage next to it, which you guys see pretty clearly over here. It looks like the only, as you look around in all of these ruined areas, it looks like the only place where you imagine a dragon could possibly be located is in that type of structure. You don't currently hear anything throughout the village, though. But as you get closer, you do see a sign right about here that's posted that says danger. Plants and plant monsters and zombies. Turn back now.
Oh, zombies
Seems like
again,
we're in the
right?
right place.
So just by surveying this when we first get here, just our first perception of this place is we're saying that probably. Did you point to one of the buildings and say that it probably was the only one big enough for the dragon?
Yes, it is in the north center of the village. Of course, you have no verification of that, but you just look at all these other buildings, and they don't really seem like they're big enough for a dragon to be in. But you do see that this area up here looks like it could possibly be big enough. And you guys will notice your tokens in the top left. This is a rather large map. Much like the Wave Echo Cave, this is one square is representative of a cube of 10 cubic feet. So yeah, you guys would just want to make sure you're noting that as you move around. Where normally one square is 5 feet, it's actually 10 feet here.
So I'm guessing these the edges that are kind of blacked out, we're seeing are edges of buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this everything is lit up. In this case and actually that reminds me, I'm going to give dark vision to Claudius, because technically the Quotty Finger's dark vision here represents more of line of sight than it does actually, what you're seeing light wise.
Yeah.
I'd suggest to the group, I think we should kind of take a roundabout way through the village and come, kind of clear the rest of the abandoned village out if there's zombies and other things that are going to try to kill us while we're fighting a dragon. That's probably something we should take care of first, because that dragon's going to be enough by itself.
Dude, an idea pops up into my mind. Don't forget, we also are looking for a druid here.
That is a good point.
Oh, yes.
Claudius, please take inspiration.
We should probably find him first. Maybe he can help us.
Inspiration check?
No, you get an inspiration dice.
Oh, cool.
Well done. I was hoping you would remember that, and you did.
Nice.
You see that most of the buildings here are ruined. There are a few that are still intact. But until further notice, that is the case. I will let you know if one looks particularly intact, but most of the ones all the ones you're seeing where you are now in the top left are broken down and have multiple holes in them. And you can also see a lot of it is overgrown.
I'm gonna go ahead and
vegetation.
cast a mage armor here before we move any further.
Good call. And this doesn't feel like the right music for this, actually, so let me change that up real quick. But please go ahead. I will ask you all to be mindful of your movements, because where you step could, affect what happens. But yeah, what would you guys like to do?
I guess we'll just actually, before we do anything, I will walk over and I will cast aid on all three of you guys.
All right, go ahead and post aid for us.
Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulty here.
So we all get a certain amount of hit points.
Your hit point maximum goes up by 5, and you get those hit points for 8 hours.
So I'd be up at 66.
But it's not temporary hit points, it's just regular hit points. So temporary hit
Okay.
points still stack on top of it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's a
then-
temporary increase to your max and current hit points.
And then I will use my Pearl of Power to give me that spell spot back.
Cool. All right.
Nice.
And I'm gonna cast False Life on myself.
Okay.
Very nice.
So yeah, you roll a d4. One d4 plus 4. I usually roll 7. Oh, that's a bummer.
Ouch.
But still, 5 temporary hit points. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
10 up
everything
from
else.
where you were, so hey.
Exactly.
What's your total now?
I'm at 45 with all the bonuses and stuff.
Nice. I'm at 43 before using false life, so I think I'm gonna hold on to mine and maybe use it as like a heal if I need to.
I'll go first because I'm feeling kind of confident in my new plate armor with my new AC of 22.
Yeah, 2 of you have that now.
Mine's up to 18.
Nice.
And
I have a shield
unstable.
too. So that's nice.
I have a shield.
It's the spell shield, right?
Oh yeah, I've got shield. I've got absorb elements, and I'm wearing the what's it called? Dragon Guard. So I've got advantage against dragon breath attacks, and I've got cloak of displacement. So until I get hit the first time, each turn, hits against me have disadvantage.
All right.
Anybody have a passive perception of 15 or higher?
No.
Okay.
No, I do not.
Where would I see that?
Character sheet on your core. It's right below your skills.
Okay, yeah, no, I do not.
Okay. Good to know.
I'm gonna take a look around in this house.
All right.
Do I see anything?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Wow, good rolls.
You see 2 creatures that appear to be hiding in the corners of this abandoned looking building.
Can I tell what they are, or do they look hostile, or are they trying to hide?
They look like they're trying to hide. But if you want to know what they are, I'll have you make a nature check.
Ugh, a 4.
You're not sure. But
Okay.
I'd
there
say
any-
the only thing you get with a 12 is that you're reminded of the sign that says plant monsters. And that kind of resembles what these are. In fact, I'll go ahead and give you... None of you know the name of this creature. And you don't really know their capabilities, but Aptar, you are seeing them. So in all fairness, let me go ahead and give you... Let's see. Your art handouts is what I wanted. They basically look like little Groots.
Nice. I'm going to cast Druid Craft on one of them and make it grow a crown of flowers. And then I'll walk past it.
Okay, let's see.
I'm assuming there's got to be seeds in there somewhere, right?
Oh no. So as you do that, it actually interprets it as an attack. And I'll have everyone roll initiative.
I was just trying to make it look pretty. I know, like, look at the guy. Like, he could use some sprucing up.
Spruce. Get it.
Oh, yikes.
Man, I just love that Sentinel Shield.
All right, Athtar. You see that these twig blights appear to have taken your druid crafting offensively and are now moving to attack you.
All right, I will. I'm going to move into the doorway so they can't get out. And then I will. The one that I didn't make pretty, not this one, but this one down here, I am going to bonus action Shillelagh and then hit him with my attack.
Okay.
Which, because of level 5, I now make 2.
Yep. Yep, 16 hits. Yep, he goes down.
Oh, wow. And so is that second attack wasted, or can I attack the other guy?
Yeah, you can
still?
attack the other, certainly.
Okay, then I will make another attack.
Yep, 20 hits. Yep, and he dies.
And I guess with that, I will finish surveying this room and searching this room.
Okay, you'll be able to do that on your next turn.
Oh, more.
Of course, it's never going to be that easy. Let's see.
Good.
Though I admit, these guys are a little easy. You guys hear rustling as a couple of the twig blights are immediately eliminated by Athtar. Several come rushing out of the small huts to the left and surround you.
I would, I guess it's not my turn. I should have mentioned it earlier. Okay, yeah.
All right, so they all come rushing at you with their claws. There's going to be one attack on Claudius.
Is there a way to
This
remove
is-
the names from my screen because they're covering up all the tokens?
Nope, sorry. This is what happens when you get swarmed. And the owl will take an attack. 12 to hit for the owl.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it hits, but let me just double check. Oh, man, it was 1 over. So he gets hit. He's dead.
For 5 damage, yeah. Alright, and then 2 attacks. Actually, 3 attacks for Tormar. 18, I'm sure hits. 15?
Well, with the 18, I'm going to use my shield spell
Okay.
from my staff.
There you go. Alright, and then 1 attack for Sheer. 22 to hit.
Yeah, it hits.
5 piercing.
Okay.
Claudius, you're surrounded.
Easy. Let's try to get the first blight right next to me with my mace.
Alright. Uh, 10 misses.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Wait, hang on. I just thought of something. Was that 22 with disadvantage?
Nope. It would have been 11 with disadvantage.
And that definitely would have missed. So that wouldn't have hit because of the cloak
Cloak
of
of displacement. Good.
Yep.
Good call. Yep. So you can take your 5 temp HP back or whatever you had.
Nice, paying for itself already.
There you go. Anything else for you, Claudius?
Ooh, I have a second attack unlocked at level 5.
Yeah, extra
That
attack.
looks like
Let's
a
go.
one of my favorite feats in the game.
Which feat?
Extra attack.
Oh yeah, features, yeah. 13 just hits. And yeah, definitely kill it.
I really like the Blade Master or Blade Singer's level 5. They get the extra attack, but they can substitute either one of them for a cantrip,
Yeah. Sure.
which is super cool.
You there, Sheriff?
Yeah.
Your turn.
Okay. Let me. These things are made of wood, right?
Yep.
Plants. Okay. Let me. Actually gonna do the green flame blade.
Okay.
I'm gonna swing at the one directly in front of me with my +2 hand axe.
Okay. Ooh, 9 misses.
Right. And I'm guessing because I didn't take an attack action, I can't use extra attack.
Nope.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Then that's it.
Okay. 4 more.
I'm gonna toll the dead on this guy down here.
Alright. Wisdom save. Wow, 17. The Wise Blight.
Guess so, huh? That's it for me.
Aftar. Your friends are being swarmed outside.
Yeah, I just kind of smile. In my time in the Feywild, I dealt with a lot of such things. So he will strike out at the one. Okay, so I have a question. If I use the attack and I get 2 attacks, can I break them up with movement?
Yes,
Like take one attack, move, and then finish the attack action?
you absolutely can. Yes.
Alright, in that case, I'm going to swing at this guy here.
Okay. Yep, definitely hits. Definitely dead.
Then I will walk over here. And then I will hit this one.
Okay. Yep, definitely hits. Definitely dead.
And then I will chest blast that guy.
Okay. $14 hits. Dead.
They're
All
just
right.
a pile of twigs, and then
Yeah.
I will go ahead and I will move out and circle around these guys because I move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Okay. Both of these are going to attack you, Aftar. 21 almost hit, but...
Almost.
Alright, Claudius.
I wish to move right here
Alright.
to further surround the blight.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting shape. Let's see here. Strike with my mace.
Okay.
There we
yep,
go.
Definitely hits. That one
Okay, I
dies.
just sent you a message with a question.
All right,
See.
and I still have enough movement. I can move down. Whoops. Not trying to change my name. Hang on. And I swing once again.
Change it to the paladin formerly known as Claudius.
Mm-hmm.
You mean the Claudius copy? It's now
Never
gone.
had too many Claudiuses.
Yeah. 10 misses.
Right.
Sheriff.
Oh, I didn't realize it was a copy of Claudius. I thought it was.
Yeah. It's weird.
Okay, yeah. I was hoping like we weren't accidentally seeing some token we weren't supposed to see yet. I'm gonna step in. I'm gonna swing on this guy with my hand axe.
Okay. Yep, 18 hits. And down he goes.
All right. So, question real quick. Because of the order things have to resolve, would I have to use my bonus action with two-hand fighting before I use the extra attack, or would it go attack, extra attack, then bonus action?
If you wanted to attack, use your bonus action attack, and then use your extra attack, I don't see why you couldn't do that.
Okay. I know sometimes the order matters, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
I know I've read something about that, and I'm pretty sure Jay got it right. You can take the bonus action attack first, but that locks you in. Now you have to attack.
Okay.
With your action.
Okay. Yep. And with that, a hush falls the battlefield. For now, you guys are out of combat.
I certainly didn't plan on doing any gardening this day.
We still need to find that druid.
I'm gonna go over to the dead one and you know, like, grab a handful of wildflowers over here and sprinkle on them and just make them grow a bunch of pretty flowers and be like, dude, that's all I wanted to do, you know?
It
All right, and
makes
And then I'll
me.
come.
I think I see where you're going with this, Claudius.
It makes me concerned seeing the reaction that thing had to his. What was it again? What did you use on that creature?
I don't know what they're called, but I've heard of them and seen them once or twice in the Feywild. They're more or less magically animated sticks. Think of a familiar with no master, a Fey spirit in some wood.
Makes me wonder if the druid was out here and created these things, or if they were created by some poisoning of this area by the dragon.
Maybe both.
Maybe what we read about dragons, they can corrupt people, correct?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure green dragons, well, dragons period, corrupt the land around them. Especially the stronger and older a dragon, the faster and stronger the corruption of the land around it is.
You don't think the dragon might have manipulated the druid, do you?
We'll have to see. If he's even still alive, usually a druid would be pretty resistant to any sort of corruption of the natural order, such as these twig blights. So I think the druid would probably die before he got corrupted, but it is a possibility. It's something we should keep our eyes out for.
I hope he is still alive so we can bring him back to the village. I would hate to leave that wonderful woman that owns the farm in such misery.
Yes, I wouldn't mind maybe practicing some druid craft myself. And with that, I'll kind of walk in and search this house. Is there anything, you know, a chest in the corner, anything laying around?
You see in the shadow of an old tree is a crumbled stone cottage with no roof. Weeds are rampant here. But other than the corpses of those two twig blights, you don't see anything in here.
Alright. And I'll walk out and I'll snap my fingers and say, damn it, thing took my owl. I'll talk to him later. And I'll walk over here to this house and kind of repeat the inspection.
There was also a family heirloom we need to keep our eyes out for too.
Yeah, that's one of the
That
things
would
I
have
was
been
looking for.
described to you as being in the northwestern most building, which would be this one up here.
Oh, well,
Cool.
No, I'm wrong.
It was like
Northwest
the
should be the one
apothecary
closest to
building or something.
sheriff's.
Yes, the herbalist shop, which that she would have said was in the was in the middle of a clutter of buildings in the southeastern part of the town.
Looks just like some rocks.
So as you go into that area, you see that clearly this is where a lot of the other blight corpses had come from. They were in this area. You see Wind and Weather have done their work here, and little remains of these three houses of former contents. But go ahead and make an perception check. You do find in the base of this room, it looks like there is under a flagstone floor near the northern part of the chamber that currently is a bit overgrown. You find a bit of a hatch that could be lifted to have a little bit of a hiding space underneath the floor, and it reveals an old chest with tree branches that are kind of growing up and around it, like from below.
Using Druidcraft or something, I don't know if Druidcraft works like that. Could I untangle the roots from the chest without tearing apart the roots?
Yeah, certainly. Easy enough. And the chest is actually not locked. It looked like it was just hidden.
I would like to check it for traps real quick.
Sure. Investigation check. Yeah, it's not trapped. Not trapped, not locked. It looks like the defense that they were planning for this was to keep it hidden.
I'll walk over to Sheriff and kind of hold it out towards him. Would you like to do the honors?
I'm sorry, my mic was cutting in and out. I only caught about half of what was said.
I just kind of hold out the chest for you to open. Say, would you like to do the honors?
Sure. Why not? I will open the chest.
All right, you see inside. It's just a chest of gold and silver and copper, and plenty of.
Close it quickly and say, there's nothing to see here. You guys wouldn't be interested in this at all. And I just jokingly open it back up and show it to the rest of the party.
1,000 or so coins in total. Most of them are copper, but it looks like this may have been somebody's life savings that appeared to have had to have been abandoned when the city was overrun.
Well, they certainly don't look like they needed it too much, or they would have brought it with them.
I'll go ahead and throw that in the party loot.
Yep.
Also, guys, in party loot, we have a potion of vitality. I don't know exactly what it does, but it might be useful.
I can get that information for you. Let's see. So yeah, removes exhaustion, cures disease or poison, and maximizes the effect of any hit dice you regain within the next 24 hours.
Oh, that's cool.
or maximizes the roll of any hit die that you use in the next 24 hours. And yeah, what would you guys like to do next? Where are y'all going?
Is this wide enough to walk out down here?
Yeah, absolutely. And as you guys look at this, at this structure to the south, Aftar, you see this is clearly the probably the most well kept of the buildings you've seen so far. It looks very solid, and this door, all of it's made of stone, including the door. It looks rather sturdy.
Does it show signs of occupancy, or is it as kind of ignored as the rest?
Make a perception check.
Miss you, Al.
Yeah, you kind of look around and you see well, I'll say you actually smell a living scent where you've smelt blighted foliage smell, and you smell a little bit of decay as you go through, symbolizing there probably are zombies somewhere in this place. But here you actually smell more of a living presence. So you assume that somewhere over here, there probably is a living creature, and you can see that there are regular looking footprints that go up to this door.
Nice. I also like the imagery of him recognizing the scent of like untainted life.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just kind of walk up to the door.
Yeah, and you guys
And-
notice that this is probably the only building that you can see that doesn't appear to have any kind of overgrowth. Also,
I love the huge number 2.
Does
Oh,
it
whoops.
sound like? Does it sound or look like anybody's home?
Go back to the
or-
jam layer. There's no sound emitting from it. No.
I'll turn around and just kind of shrug my shoulders at the other guys and say, "This must be the place."
Before we
And
go in,
give the-
we should use the Claudius breaching tool.
No, whoa, guy. It looks like someone might be living here. This might be somebody's home. Let's open it up and make sure it's not someone, we don't want to be mad at us before we go busting down the one nice place around here.
We should
Just
definitely not.
just my thought. But, I'll step out of the way if you want to bust
I mean,
through
he
it.
was gonna bust in nicely.
I shall walk up to the door and I shall knock on it.
Okay.
We'll let Claudius be the face.
You hear a voice come from the other room. He says, "Who goes there?"
It is I. My name is Claudius, and I am here with other fellow adventurers. Who are you, and how are you surviving in this place? We have been sent on adventure here to seek out the root of evil. We have heard there's an evil creature here, but we've also heard that there is someone else here.
I want to
Maybe
whisper
you-
over to Claudius that as a reminder that green dragons use trickery.
You would hear an unlatching of the door, and you would see it swing open to the inside. and you would see an old-looking gentleman who carries a rather long, curled staff. And he would introduce himself. Well, I am Rydoth. I'm a druid that has been attempting to tend to this broken and foul place. So I've had little success without being warded off from the creatures that dwell here.
It seems
I'm
to be
assuming-
a strong blight.
Did you summon those creatures, perhaps, or was that the result of the blight here?
Oh yes, those are called twig blights. They spring up as a result of the corruption to the vegetation in this area. But really, to be honest, they're not really much of a harm to anyone. They usually just keep to themselves, unless otherwise provoked.
Provoked nothing. They don't even like flowers.
Well, they're not exactly the most intelligent creatures.
Then ask the druid if he happened to have helped anybody from Phandalin, and if he could tell us their name.
All right. Well, the only person I know very well there is a nice lady who runs a small farm by the name of Hoylene Alderleaf.
I then turn to Sheriff and nod my head.
Seems to be right.
So let me ask this while you've been here, the blight and everything. You wouldn't have happened to have seen a dragon, possibly.
Oh yes, the green dragon is the main reason that I have built this shelter and attempt to keep it well fortified. I've been able to keep myself secret from the dragon. He doesn't know that I reside here, else I figure he would likely attempt to destroy me. But I usually only come out to do my searches when the dragon itself is away from its lair. The dragon routinely flies to the southwest, to the southeast, into the forest, where it is most comfortable attempting to hunt and feed.
My people live there. I hope they haven't run afoul of the dragon.
Well, the dragon would likely attempt to avoid general civilization. Its instincts would point it away from creatures that could potentially band together and attempt to overthrow or kill it.
Most likely. So you know where this thing, roosts? Is that the correct term?
Yes, and he points to the top of the hill, to the tower with the broken roof. He says, it flies and lands on top of the tower, and then there's apparently enough of a break in the roof for it to climb down the tower, where I imagine it probably sleeps at the base, where it would keep its hoard. A very easily defensible position for a dragon such as he.
Do you mayhaps, well, I understand that you've been here for some time, do you mayhaps know of a possible way to defeat it?
He looks around at all of you, taking in your armor and your magical-looking items and weaponry, and he says, well, there's no easy trick to defeating a dragon. It's just a matter of outmatching it.
And
Are you all planning on attempting to defeat this dragon?
Absolutely.
That's the plan.
And we sure could use the druid's help with this.
He says, very good. And you see him raise his staff and cast a spell on himself. I am ready when you are.
All right.
Huzzah.
I guess I would ask him, is there anyone else here besides you, the dragon, and where are the zombies?
Well, I've observed the occasional scurrying about of a few giant spiders that I believe roost in a structure that is just east of here. I believe there are more twig blights about down in that area as well, and the zombies tend to move around a little. I see the zombies occasionally going from one structure to another, but I believe I've cataloged as many as 10 to 15 different zombies. They all look similar, but each have their characteristics. I'm able to change into a woodland creature that may not be so noticeable, so I'm able to look around a little bit. But I have to be careful around the giant spiders. They wouldn't mind attempting to capture or eat any woodland creature that I may turn into. The only other thing I've observed is a little bit of a disturbing sight. Is I believe in the very southeast corner of the of the land. It appears as though a band of cultists have taken up residence in one of the structures. I'm not sure why they're here or what their plans are.
What about your home? Is it safe for you to stay here by yourself? I mean, is it safe for you to leave it unattended, to come out with us?
Well, I mean, he kind of motions past him, and you see inside it's a very sparse area. It looks like somebody who's basically been squatting here. The only real nice thing about it is you see that there are these large stone bars that go across the inside of this door, and you see that the other door is set up there as well for that. So it looks like he has two completely barred doors. And he says, "I'm not so much worried about it. This isn't so much a permanent home. I'm more of a wanderer. I don't really have one particular home, but I feel at home in nature in general. But this is more of a defensive position in case I ever felt the need to have somewhere to hide."
I'll just bow to him and say, I understand, and kind of motion to myself, as pretty much a nomad.
Yes.
Then I'll kind of look over at the other three and say, okay, guys, well, it looks like we have our work cut out for us before we even fight a dragon.
Well, that's up to you. There are two approaches here. We could decide to go directly to the dragon and attempt to take it out as quickly as possible. But there is a chance that any of these things could decide to attack. I have no idea what the cultists want. The cultists could decide to attack us during such a moment of vulnerability, or they may be trying to kill the dragon, for all I know. I have no idea what they're after.
Can I roll a history check?
The zombies may be... Yeah, go ahead. Sure, make a history check. It would have to be a natural 20, wouldn't it?
Nice.
Because that was the only roll where I was going to... Because you have no background
Yeah.
any information on these cultists.
That's amazing.
He gives you the general description.
Story now.
He gives you the general description of the leader of these cultists, from what he's seen. And it reminds you of somebody, oddly. It's on the tip of your tongue. You're thinking, and you swear that you've seen this person before.
It's Gwydion, that's why he left.
That is nuts. I swear, if it's Gwydion.
Gwydion left to become a cultist. You guys saw the dragon, and next thing you know, he had a calling in his dreams.
Let's see. You remember the name Fabric, and this is somebody that you had come across in kind of a generic mean a long time ago, but you're not quite sure what happened to him later. But you had heard a rumor that he had become a part of a some sort of cult that that had some kind of connection to worshiping dragons and to trying to gain the favor of specifically the Dragon Queen, who you know is you all would be familiar with the name Tiamat. Yes, so you would imagine that these cultists are here with the general idea to gain the dragon's favor of some kind. So you get the idea that you probably would not be able to depend on these cultists for help against the dragon. Is what you get with a 21. You don't know the specifics, but you get the feeling like that's not likely.
I have a feeling everything for miles around will know that something is attacking, or the dragon is attacking something when the fight starts.
Yeah, so likely we would draw the attention of the zombies. I imagine the beasts and the Twilights will not be inclined to go towards the noise, but rather to run away from it. But the mindless zombies are more the worry. Though they themselves are not all that dangerous. Maybe for one, such as me, alone. But against the combined forces we have here, the zombies would be little to no issue. The issue with attempting to take out the issue with attempting to take out the zombies or the cultists or anyone else beforehand is the possibility that the dragon may actually hear us in the process and may attack us before we are prepared. The decision is yours, but those are the two options and at least my view of their benefits and drawbacks.
Let me also ask another thing. We were sent here to retrieve a personal artifact of someone. You wouldn't happen to know where the herbalist shop is here?
Yes, it is in a small building down the road here. And you would indicate this building right here.
It's one place we do need to stop.
I guess the question comes up with we can pretty much guarantee that the zombies are going to come into the fight. Do we think the cultists will try and come in and fight the dragon or fight us while we're fighting the dragon?
I know the cultists, at least I haven't seen the cultists actually make any contact with the dragon. They may be taking their time and biding their time until they feel like they have an opportunity to make contact with it. But
we could just go ask them. Maybe they want to kill it too. In which case, the more the merrier.
How much knowledge would I have of the cult from that check? Right? I just know that the person's name is Fabric.
Yeah,
I'm trying not to metagame too much.
Sure. You are you're familiar with the description of the leader, Fabric, and you remember him not being a very reliable person. So if that's who this is, which you feel somewhat confident that it is, you wouldn't be inclined to make a deal with him based on your previous experiences with him. And then if he also joined a cult, and which you're pretty sure that he had joined a cult. So that's the other thing that's gnawing at your mind. And these were all rumors, so you can't confirm it. But the rumor that you had heard was it was some sort of dragon cult. So yeah, the more you think on it and the more you ruminate on it, the less you think that it would be on your side. But you can't be sure. You have no direct knowledge of this person's recent dealings.
Yeah, it's just I'm just talking to the party. It's just kind of using the rule of blah, sharing the rumor that I had heard. It's like I'm just
Sure.
unsure about what really that means. Does that mean they're trying to worship the dragon, or are they trying to kill it, or are they trying to help it or serve it? I don't know. And so, or they could have nothing to do with it. It's so many unknowns about it that make me worried.
As an elf whose family lives in Neverwinter and seeing this town the way it is now, I would have no problem just wiping out the blight from this entire area and confronting the cultists before the dragon, because if their choice of sides doesn't go our way, the last time we want that to happen is while we're in the middle of trying to fight a dragon.
And they might try and help the dragon to gain its favor if that's their objective as well.
Yeah, and we don't even know 100% if all of us will walk away from fighting the dragon, so I think it's better to be safe than sorry there. Or who knows, maybe we can trick them. Cultists are usually pretty easily manipulated.
Yeah, that is
There's
a good
reason
point.
they're in
They
a
are
cult to
fanatics.
begin with, so I say we go for a walk and we clear this area of blight. It seems like we have a nice, safe place we could take a rest, and when we're ready, and I mean really ready, and we get all, use all the magic items and consumable potions and scrolls we've all brought for specifically that moment, then we can move forward safely as we can.
All right. Well,
Yep.
What do you
shall
guys
we
think?
then?
Yeah, let's go talk to the cultists and see
All
what's
right.
cracking.
Well, right off would lead you all down behind here. And I will have you all make a stealth check as he kind of comes up to here, and he puts one finger up to his mouth and starts moving more gently.
It's gonna automatically give me disadvantage, but I don't actually have disadvantage
Okay.
because of a class feature.
14, or well, it's
4.
straight roll, so 4.
It's 4.
Okay.
Didn't matter. Still horrible.
Okay, so overall, it's a pass. Though there are a couple of you that are clinking a little bit as you go by, but he would come down here, and as you guys go by the shrubbery, he would motion and just kind of point out the existence of several twig blights that are just existing over here in the shrubbery, but he appears intent to just sneak by them with you. And so unless you guys have a reason or a desire to kill them, he would just lead you past them.
They're so weak. They're the least. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, there's a big pack of them there, but
That is
again,
a lot.
they don't appear inclined to attack you if they're not attacked first.
I'll ask her, Rudolph, would you like me to get rid of those, or?
No, I really don't think they're any bother. I mean, perhaps someday If these lands were to be reclaimed and recolonized, then perhaps they would need to be either destroyed or relocated. But
You're right.
for now, they're not
Priorities.
harming anyone. And he would lead you up to this building, which does appear to be the apothecary. Or the herbalist shop, I should say. I believe this is the building you were looking for. And
Is there a door on it?
yeah. Well, there's also several openings. This is one of the buildings that didn't appear to fare very well. So yeah, there are multiple ways for you to enter it. But the ruined shop is cluttered with sagging storage shelves and broken furnitures. Shards of glass and pieces of pottery glint the weeds and rubble next to rotted books and casks. And typically you would have to make a perception check for this, but because of the help and aid that you gave to Myrna, she's actually already given you the description of this room and exactly where to find the hidden doorway under a collapsed now collapsed shelf, which you are able to easily go in, push aside, and you're able to find inside a box that contains a gold necklace with a fine emerald pendant on it.
All right, I'll throw that in party loot.
And that appears to be the family heirloom that she was talking about. But I'll say with your skill in magic that you can tell immediately that it is not magical. It's just pretty and valuable. And then he says the cultists are in a building down over here, and he points to this large building in the corner.
Which one was it?
Yeah, he leads you down over here.
Oh wow, it keeps going.
It does. It's a big map. And he would point to this building. He would and there's a door. A door right here. Door right. Actually, wait a minute. I might be seeing that wrong. Yeah, there's just the one door here.
And this is the one with the zombies?
No, he says this is where the cultists are staying. And there's another door actually down here.
I'm gonna come back to these guys and whisper, should we let them know how many people are out here and just one of us go in, the others be prepared? Should we just call them all out? Who wants to do this?
I think we should have our battering ram on standby.
Would you like to try seeing if these cultists are up to no good?
I think
If
it'd
you
be a
want
good
someone with
idea to
good-
try.
How
and
about a
talk
couple
them.
of guys that were up to no good?
If you want someone who's got like good with communication, it's not me because I've got -1 charisma.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Yeah.
Tormar.
I'm not good at talking.
How about you,
I know
Tormar?
talk good.
People
Sure.
person? You ever been in a cult? Something you guys have in common you can talk about?
No, I'm not the cult type. I'm more of the book type. but
Fair
I'll
enough.
talk to him.
It's important not to think of this as a cult problem, but a cult opportunity.
Alright, and with that, I'll kind of whisper to Reed off and tell him to back up behind the wall. We'll get out of sight.
All right.
So I guess I will just try the old knock on the door and see what happens.
Okay. You hear a voice from beyond the door about a few seconds after you knock. It says, "Who goes there?"
I am Tormar. We are trying to clear the town of the Blight here. What are you up to?
Yeah. Well, let's see. Yeah, he would go ahead and open. Don't sound hostile to him. So let's see. And you would see a few cultists in this room. You would say, "We are here investigating the presence of a dragon."
I will hold my hand up to the party. And I will ask, what is your intent with the dragon? Are you trying to kill it, or what's your intentions here?
Our intentions are our own. I don't see a reason for us to share our intentions with a stranger. But perhaps we could exchange information in kind. But I must insist that you make your intentions clear first. You say you're here to clear the Blight, but I must ask you why.
Well, the dragon has been kind of haunting the nearby towns, and we're trying to kill the dragon.
I see, so you wish to take out the dragon. Well,
Indeed.
what exactly do you want of us, then?
Well, we're here to see if you're here to kill the dragon, and we're here to kill the dragon, and maybe we can group up together.
An interesting idea. Go ahead and make a persuasion check. Very well. We can accompany you to where the dragon is staying, and we can attempt to take down this threat to the realm.
Can I do a insight check to see if they're being honest or not?
Absolutely.
Ouch.
He sounds believable.
How many are here in your town with you guys?
We have two that are currently asleep in the other room, but we can roust them if you're wanting to go now to dispense of the dragon.
All right. Well, let's do it.
All right. And they do rouse their two friends, and they all come out together. You see there are 6 cultists. They all look they don't look particularly physically capable. They're all holding they all are similarly dressed. They all have masks that conceal their identity. And they all have a scimitar. So you're not quite sure how much these guys could really help you against the dragon, but theoretically, you know, people are people, and help is help.
Meat shields.
I whisper to Claudius, I don't trust this.
Avatar's already snuck around the other side of the house. He remembers that they said the green dragons was the most cunning and treacherous of the dragons. If they were worshipping that dragon, they might be too.
All right, and So yeah, they would be essentially following your lead at this point.
I'd say, well, we don't know where we're supposed to be going, so why don't you lead the way? You've been in the town longer.
Very well. We've heard rumor that the dragon is in the northernmost area of the town. We arrived here recently, but we've only seen it land. We've only seen it flown overhead once. We believe that it's in the tower, but we have not yet made contact of any kind with the dragon. And they'll start leading you up here. And as he walks by, you hear the lead cultist just kind of point over in this direction and says, "Be mindful of the twig blights." And
Can I try to stealth?
sure.
I'm not really any good at it, but let's give it a shot. 15.
Sure. Yeah, you
Not
feel pretty hidden. But yeah, you guys see another group of twig blights. You realize that they're pretty well camouflaged, unless otherwise pointed. You know, if you didn't give a second look to it, they kind of just look like shrubs. You know, but yeah, they just say, you know, be mindful of that area, and they probably won't bother you.
As you guys pass, I'm just gonna kind of put my fingers to my lips. I'm gonna stay behind the bushes as I move.
All right, so let me give you some descriptions as you guys are walking through the town. You see an old, overgrown cottage right here. Heaps of wreckage appear to litter the interior of the town as you walk by, and you just see general ruins flanking the outsides here that look like old homesteads that have long since been abandoned. You do see that this appears to be the town square. And on the east side of town, the lane opens up to form a small square. Several ruined buildings surround the south side of the square, but the larger intact structure to the north looks like the barracks of the town. One lane leads southeast, another heads southwest around the hill and into the middle of the town, and a third meanders north. In the middle of the square, leaning to one side ever so slightly, is a weathered wooden statue of a warrior clutching a spear and shield.
Can I wave Tormar? I'm gonna wave Tormar over to me where Claudius and I are standing.
I feel like Jay on my end cut out. Did he cut out for you guys?
Did I?
Last I heard was something about a chain.
I heard the statue with a warrior.
A warrior and a shield.
Yeah, I heard that.
Warrior with a spear and a shield, sorry. I don't ever remember saying the word chain. Did I?
What I heard.
Chain. No,
Yeah. I want to lean into the three gentlemen that are with me and say, why do I feel like we are being led to our death?
I don't know. I was kind of hoping they would attack us. When
as you guys stop, the cultists would come back and say, well, We believe the dragon is in there. How would you like to approach this?
Well, they're talking. Can I see in this building at all as I walked around the side of it to the back? Is there any windows?
Nope. Looks like it's a completely intact building. Oh. What are the odds that my cat would walk across my keyboard and hit F5?
Nice. Critical.
Yeah. Now I gotta reopen everything. Ugh. Unbelievable.
When you get all reset up, I guess. I'd like to try to real stealthily listen at the door and see if I hear anything inside.
Make a perception check.
Do I get? I think I only get advantage on perception using sight because of my shield.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, you hear a little bit of shuffling and rambling, and you hear some low grumbles that would indicate perhaps zombies. But the doors look pretty closed. You think that the zombies, while they're in the barracks, are probably trapped in there.
Actually, it is just straight perception checks I get advantage on. Crazy.
Sure. Well, 18's high. 18's high enough to get all the info you're gonna get anyway.
Just for future reference. Damn, that's badass. I'm going to come and kind of look around the corner over here. Oop. And I'm looking at these guys. I'm going to roll a d20. How much do I trust these guys? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to just stay here and see what unfolds.
So, yeah, just talking to the rest of you. I guess Tormar, this cult leader, is essentially talking to you because you're the one that's been interfacing with him. He says, would you prefer for us to attempt to draw the dragon out so we can attack him in the open? Or would you like to try to sneak inside to attempt to fell the beast in its lair?
Can I try something?
What would you like to try?
Well, first let me ask the party if you guys are okay with. I'm gonna ask him a question. Can I want to ask the cult leader, Fabric. Say, hey, don't I know you from somewhere?
No.
I don't believe so. Kind of leans forward a little and looks at you and says, I don't recall you.
I could have swore a couple of years ago we were grabbing drinks together just outside of Neverwinter. Well, it all starts to run together.
Indeed.
Well, hey, tell you what, before we do this, I think I dropped one of my extra axes back at the shack. Do you mind if we go back and you guys help me look for it real quick? I don't want to be unprepared.
Make a deception check.
Said deception?
Deception.
Okay. Let me get my character sheet back up.
Please be a good liar. Please be a good liar. Got him.
I couldn't get a nat 20 on history and then do good deception too.
No, there's got to be a balance. He says, "Right, your hand axe. Well, to be honest, I don't think there's much danger between here and there. Why don't you just go grab it real quick while we make our plans?"
Out of character question real quick. Would you guys be okay if I started combat with these guys, or would you prefer to not do that?
You got so above the game. What I would say is currently nobody here has rolled anything to allow them to indicate that these guys are doing anything other than trying to deal with you genuinely.
Okay.
Now, you specifically did roll that natural 20, which gave you an indication against trusting him, which above the game I would have given you advantage into insight checks against him when dealing with him, but for some reason you didn't go deal with him. It was Tormar.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Well, then I will do that.
I will say that you guys are all a little suspicious because these all appear to be guys in cult masks or whatever, so you could continue to try to talk to them. But, I mean, it's ultimately up to you if you want to decide to just throw your hand axe at something. I'm not going to stop you from doing that. But if you're asking if it, in my opinion, would be good kosher, that's not currently the situation, in my opinion.
Okay.
And you all can feel free to discuss that amongst yourselves if you want, but...
I'm gonna move back around this building. Oh man.
Make another stealth check.
I cast guidance. 7. And with that, I will try to stealthily open this door.
It is locked.
I'm going to...
You see, you all see Fabric kind of turn his head in this direction. And he says, "Okay, well, I'll tell you what. For now, I'm going to send you right there. Go ahead and sneak around the tower and see if you can see where the dragon might be currently located." So this cultist starts to sneak off in this direction.
I'd like to try to pick the lock on the door.
All right, go ahead and roll a lockpick check.
What does what attribute is Thieves' Tools Dex?
It is Dex. Yeah, 17 is good enough to unlock it.
And so, as I hear this guy, I didn't hear the talking, but maybe I hear the footsteps kind of coming down the path, and I will try to, as quietly as possible, just push this door open, and then slip around the side of the building.
I'll give you one more stealth check for that. Pretty good.
Nice.
You hear growling coming from the room as the door swings open, and you see emerging from it a zombie who looks around. Uh-huh.
And can I start moving away?
Well, let's see. Depends on... I mean, I can't imagine he's gonna... It would have to... Even a natural 20, he would still fail, so...
I was kind of like... The idea was like push the door and then just kind of move away from it, and hopefully it is what I think it is in there, and, you know, It can be a diversion.
All right. Yeah, you see several zombies start to pour out from this building. They start searching around. They don't see you, but they are now wandering out, looking for signs of life or what might have made that noise.
I'm going to try to sneak past everyone's view here and try to
And you guys start
Kind
to
of.
hear loud stomping sounds.
I don't know.
Coming from the tower. And you see, poking its head from atop the tower, poking a long, sinewy green neck. You see a dragon peer down from the top and see all of you here. And you hear this cultist yell up to the dragon, "Venom Fang, we offer you these puny mortals as a sacrifice. Please come feed." And I will have you all roll initiative.
Knew we shouldn't have trusted them.
I'll just have all of them go on the same turn. And... well, of course not. They're cultists. You can never trust cultists. But you didn't know that.
Oh, thank you, Venom Fang, for just rolling so gloriously.
All right. And then, let's see. I also need the zombies. And I need Ride-Off.
Zombies, cultist, dragon, and ride-off.
Yep.
All right, I'm
Ride-Off
gonna
is
go
at
ahead
least
and
on your
have
side. Or
I'm gonna
so
have my
you
back-
believe.
my backup character sheet ready.
Yeah. Insert name here, Junior. All right. What else is new? Athtar.
I don't know what to do. I'm a little panicky.
You hear a loud roar coming from out in the direction of the courtyard. And you believe that the dragon is now aware of your presence.
Yeah, and I don't really I can't really see what's going on, but I have a good idea. I'm trying to think of some way I can use these zombies to stir shit. I am going to use hold on one second, let me think. I'm going to run into the zombies,
Okay.
and I'm going to take the dodge action.
All right. Anything else?
And bonus action, Shillelagh.
Okay. Jareth.
Is Fabric the one that's right here at the top?
Yep.
I'm trying to remember what the range is on my thrown hand axe.
You're within range.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna just to get some space. I'm gonna step up right here, and I'm throwing my first hand axe directly at Fabric's head
Okay.
because I didn't like this dude.
No. Yeah, 26 definitely hits. All right. Embeds itself in his chest, and he looks pretty wounded. Actually, in his back. He had extended his hands up in the air to Venom Fang, and was calling out to him, and then suddenly gets just winged in the back by this axe, right
So
between his shoulder blades.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to use my weapon bond,
Yep.
recall the axe to my hand, and use my extra attack to throw it again.
Yeah. Oh, 9 is gonna miss.
Dang it. Okay. That's all I got.
New hand axe. Who dis? Still getting used to it. All right, and next up are the zombies. The zombies are gonna swarm over Athtar. So all the ones that have enough movement to reach you are gonna try to knock you over. So,
I will use a charge of this thing.
oh, nice. All right. Well, let's get it started. There's going to be 3 contested strength checks.
This is to knock me prone, correct?
Correct. Yeah, they're trying to swarm over you.
The feature, if the creature would be knocked prone, it can use its reaction to expend 1 charge to avoid being knocked prone.
Okay. Well, so I'll let you use that on your first fail then, because you are spending your reaction for it. But still, 3 checks.
Okay, yeah, there's a chance, I guess. And
So
I'm
you're
just
saying
making,
there's a chance.
I'm just making strength saving throw,
Strength saving throw.
and 3 of them.
Yes. Okay, so the first one you passed naturally. The second one, you can use a reaction to avoid, but then the third one knocks you prone. So they are currently piled on top of you. But these 2 had to dash. Or no, that one actually.
I literally can't be knocked prone though. Right?
Wait. If the creature would be knocked prone, it can use its
but it's a
reaction
separate
to
attack.
expend.
These are all separate.
Yeah, those are 3 separate zombies. Like if you only had if you only had 2 zombies on you, then you would have been totally fine. But you've got 5 surrounding you. This one had to dash, but this one actually was in range to still attack you on the ground. So there's going to be 1 attack. But the other 3, yeah, well, a 6 to hit. But yeah, they are currently swarming over you, and you're currently prone. Claudius.
Okay, so my first action is to make my way.
Make my way.
Hmm?
Nothing.
What?
Please continue. Sorry, inside critical role joke.
15. Right, so I step in front of this cultist, and I'll take my first swing.
All right.
Mace.
Remember, as soon as Tormar's turn ends, that dragon's coming in.
Oh, a 10 is gonna miss. He dodges. He leans back, and the morning star just goes whooshing right across his face. But just narrowly missing. Yeah, but the 26, you swing back and just deck him with the Morning Star. And he goes down.
And for my bonus action, oh gosh. How long do those potions of resistance last?
Take a look. Where are the magic items?
I think it was 1 hour, right?
Eight is 8 hours. False life is 1 hour.
When you drink this potion, you gain resistance to one type of damage for 1 hour. Yeah.
Oh, the resistance. 1 hour.
It would be for the entire battle. Correct.
Well, each round is 6 seconds. So 10 rounds of combat is equal to 1 minute. Now we're not even done with the first round yet, so good bet that an hour-long potion is going to last for the combat. Yes.
So for my bonus action, I'm going to drink my potion of resistance.
Actually, I have to make a judgment call on that. Because the homebrew rule is that I allow people to drink a healing potion as a bonus action.
It's a slippery slope.
It is.
So I can't do anything.
I'm gonna say that you can drink a defensive, any kind of healing or defensive potion you can drink as a bonus action. If it's something that helps you with more offensive capabilities, or it's like a rarer potion, it does something that's similar to an action, like Potion of Invisibility or something like that, then that would have to be an action. But this is more in the same realm as healing. It's, essentially shielding. So I'm going to rule, it's an uncommon potion. So yeah, I'll say you can drink it yourself as a bonus action. It is still an action to give somebody else a potion to drink.
Okay.
Just like the healing potions. But for future rulings, I might change that. Because, yeah, it does definitely ride a line. So, you would choose which type of damage that you'd like to be resistant to. I could probably make a guess, but just for funsies, go ahead and tell me which one you want.
Poison.
Yep. Alright. And anything else for you?
Nope. Can't do anything else but lift up my shield.
There you go.
So I'm gonna go ahead with a fireball.
Nice.
Like right about here, I think, should cover everything.
Okay, well, I guess I should give you a visual, a more visual representation of everything, just to make sure you're aware. The tower is about 40 feet high. So currently Venom Fang is on top of the tower, which is 40 feet in the air, and he's peering down at everybody. So theoretically, you can hit either all 4 cultists, or you can hit Venom Fang, but you cannot currently hit all of them.
Alright, yeah, then I'm gonna go with all 4 cultists.
Alright.
So I'm gonna target.
Go ahead and roll
here.
your damage.
Big guns.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I'm not even gonna bother rolling. They can't survive that.
You just melted a group of men. How does it feel?
Pretty awesome.
They all scream as they burn up, and you now have several charred corpses in front of you.
That was a fantastic roll.
Yeah.
The first few levels of wizard, you kind of feel like you're lagging behind marshals, but then at 5th level, you really feel
It
like you
starts to
know what
take
to
off.
keep up.
Yeah. And then it just scales from there until you get Meteor Swarm. Anything else for you, Tormar?
Yeah, I'm gonna bonus action that potion for poison resist,
Good call.
and that will do it for me. Thank you.
All right. Well, Venom Fang is going to fly down and is going to land right in front of Claudius. And
I like the memes.
are there memes being posted that I'm missing? It's a
On
trap.
Discord.
Oh yeah. He is going to use his poison breath. So I need all 4 of you there to make a Constitution saving throw. Wow, right off passes. A lot of ones. Alright, so 38 damage. Claudius was the only one that failed. But you drank the potion, so you're going to take half of that, which is 19. So yeah, 19 poison damage to you. Rydoth and Sheriff both passed, but do not have the resistance. So you would also both take 19. And Tormar, you have both. You passed and have drinking the potion. So you will take 9 damage.
I'm gonna take a reaction real quick.
Alright. So yeah, you can use your reaction. Nope, sorry. That's acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. So you cannot do that against poison
Dang it!
damage.
Ah, that sucks.
Good call, though. I like that try.
Ah, that's the whole reason I took that spell. That's okay. I need to read it clear next time.
Okay. I understand the attempt, and I'm actually a little surprised that poison doesn't go up on there, but I can see why, because that'd be kind of broken. But that is Venom Fang's turn. So, Rydoth. What is Rydoth gonna do?
So if most of us took what, 19?
Yeah,
There was some spread. Yeah, different people took different damage there. So Rydoth is going to go ahead and cast Produce Flame. It hits. Oh, that's a bummer. Wait, what? That roll is wrong somehow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so let's see. So yeah, it'll do a D8 of damage. Ah, there we go. all that work to double it to 2. And suddenly Venom Fang's left back foot feels a little warmer, but he barely notices. Avatar.
Trying to figure out exactly how I get up. I realized my my plan here doesn't work due to the wording of the spell. I didn't read closely enough before.
So the swarm rules are something I kind of do independently. So the way I do it is that they move in and attempt to knock you down, and then your movement can be used to attempt to pick you back up. So
okay,
it takes half your movement to attempt to stand, and so you can do that twice, essentially, with the movement that you have.
And only one has me right now, correct?
Technically, they're all swarming you, but it's just going to be a zombie strength check versus yours to try to stand.
Okay.
So you can do up to 2 checks, and they would set the DC at 19 for the first one and 7 for the second.
And I'd have to beat both?
Either one.
Okay, I am going
If you beat the first one, then you'd still have half your movement left.
I'm going to use then another charge of my armor, this time to add my intelligence mod to my strength check. So it'll be +5.
Makes it pretty hard to fail. Failed the first one, though.
And oh shit.
Yeah. So the second one. So you are out of movement, but you do manage to force yourself back to your feet. But they are still all trying to slash and slam and bite you.
I have my action, correct?
Oh yeah, you still have action, bonus action, just no movement.
Okay.
Which, I mean, you're surrounded, you wouldn't be able to really move anyway.
As my action, I couldn't run between these guys, run around these guys?
No. No, you're surrounded. You can't move through enemies.
I can't move between these guys over here, no?
No.
Alright. In that case...
That's been a pretty constant rule in D&D. You can't move through adjacent enemies.
My other characters that I've played a lot as a wizard, so he doesn't really get into melee that often.
Sure. If you had to teleport something, you could do that.
I'm going to cast Sanctuary on myself.
Okay.
And that's my bonus action, and my action will be to I guess attack I want to move out the back of this house. Could I kill one of these guys and get through them that way?
You can try. I mean, you don't have any more movement currently on this turn.
Right.
But...
so as my action, yeah, I'll just I'll take 2 whacks, I guess, at this guy.
Okay. Yep, that hits. Alright.
And I'll do it again.
Yep, that hits.
And
okay.
That's my turn.
Gareth.
So as I want to run up to Venom Thing, but as let me think this through. This is where he, what's his name? Favric was standing, correct?
Yes.
As I run over this spot, can I pick up my axe?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, I forgot to deal damage to right off there. But he did take 19, and he's looking kind of rough already.
Okay. With using my extra attack and attack action and all that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
could I like do that, and then use my action surge and then or do that, use the rest of my movement, then action surge and attack again?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So from where I'm at right now, I want to go ahead and throw the Javelin of Lightning at Venom Fang.
Okay. Yep, 23 hits. All right, 14 damage to it.
Kind of a bummer on that piercing roll, but I'll take it. I'm gonna run in the. Actually, but that was my first throw for.
So you do have to be conscious of your I'm gonna call it your hand economy. This is a very funny term, but yeah, you can only stow and pick up so many different weapons in a turn.
Okay.
What I'm gonna rule is if you want, you were holding two hand axes. Maybe you can shift both into one hand, grab the javelin and throw, and then shift them back. But that would probably be all your free object interactions for the turn.
Okay.
Anything else is going to require the use of like a bonus action if you want to continue to shuffle your stuff around.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I held the javelin at one point in time. It mentions about its special capability.
Well, yeah, that was the extra lightning damage.
Let's see.
Forming
All right, the javelin is a magic weapon. When you hurl it and speak its command word, it transforms into a bolt of lightning, forming a 5 feet range and extends from your hand within 120 feet. Each creature in the line must make a DC 13 Dex save, taking 4d6 lightning on a failed, half as much on a success. The lightning bolt turns back into a javelin when it reaches the target. Make a ranged weapon attack against the target. On a hit, they take damage from the javelin plus 64 lightning damage. So yeah, there were no enemies that he was aiming for in between. So yeah, it still would have hit Venom Fang for all the damage.
Yep.
And I assume he would have angled it in a way that wouldn't have hit you, Claudius. This dragon is tall. He could have just thrown it right over your head.
So that'll be, I guess that'll be my first attack, and then I'm gonna run up the rest of the way.
Okay.
And could I use my bonus action now to swing with my other hand axe, or no?
Yeah, you could.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do that then.
Nine is gonna miss.
Okay, and since I took the attack action, I'm gonna go use my extra attack too.
Yep. 15 misses.
Jeez. Okay. All right. That's all I got.
Okay. The ash zombies are going to try to swarm you once again.
They have to make wisdom saving throws. On a failed save, they have to choose a new target or lose the attack.
Okay. What's the DC?
16.
First one makes it. Oh, but probably won't be able to knock you down. Make a strength saving throw. DC 2. I don't think you can roll that low, but just for funsies. Alright. Next one, we'll do the same. And loses it. Third one. Fourth one. Fifth one. Alright. They waste their turn being sanctified. Except for that first one who just failed. Claudius.
Is there any... Okay, so... I understand that the dragon has a 30-foot cone that it shoots out of its mouth.
Yes.
If I were to move just below it, would I be out of that cone, or is it like directionally based on the picture?
I mean, theoretically, it can move its cone, but it depends on whether or not you're all in an angle in which he can get a cone off on you.
Okay.
So it would have been like, let's see. It would have been like this to hit all of you. But if you stepped down, you know, he would maybe have to do this to hit as many of you as it could.
Okay. I'm trying to think what to do. Something that I haven't used before. See, there's this right here.
Is that what you're wanting to use? It does take your
Yeah.
action.
Well, you know what? What I'll do instead is I'll hit with my mace.
Okay.
And if it lands with the hit, then I'll also use Divine Smite with it.
Okay.
I'm gonna try both times.
So there is one caveat to that, is you are actually only allowed to use one smite per turn.
Okay.
That was something in the homebrew rules, but which doesn't really become relevant until level 5 when you get extra attack. But yes, 27 and 22 both hit. So the first hit does 20 damage, and the second hit does 10. So it's a total of 30. As you swing, your first hit hits right in the chest, like right where the long neck of the creature meets the chest, and it starts bleeding. It looks like that was a hit that really hurt it. So it rears up and tries to pull back a little bit from you, but you push forward and you bash it again right in the gut. And it's not very happy with you right now. You've definitely got its attention. Tormar.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Enlarge Reduce on Claudius.
Okay. Enlarge or reduce, I wonder.
Enlarge.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna use my movement to back up. So 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, that's fine.
Backing up. Backing up.
Yep.
All right. It's going to look down at you angrily, Claudius, and the only one who's done significant damage to it so far, it is going to put all of its attacks into you.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Okay, well, okay, only the natural 20 hits. That is going to be 34...
It's gonna be a big hit.
43 damage. Oh, but you're resistant to poison, so sorry, 1 second. 24 piercing, and the 19 gets reduced to 9, so 33 damage total.
Ouch.
That brings me down to 14. I think.
That is it for its turn. Not satisfied with his produce flame attack last turn, you see Rydoth begin to approach the dragon, and he is going to, as he does, he casts a bonus action to infuse his quarterstaff with magic, and he's going to try to swing his quarterstaff at Venomfang. He hits for 7 bludgeoning. Let's see. So you can see this guy doesn't appear to be doing a whole lot in terms of helping you guys, but he's doing his best. He looks like an old guy that's, you know, really wants to help fight, but he doesn't look like he's really got all that much to offer. But he's trying. Athtar.
So none of them has me this second.
No.
Is there a way that I can try to break out of this without attacking? Like
You can make a
dex
shove
strength?
attack.
Okay, could I try to shove the zombie I already hit?
Sure, it would constitute as an attack though, but yes. So it would technically be an action.
Okay.
Though, like if you have extra attack, it would only count as one of your 2 attacks in the attack action.
Okay. Then I will go ahead and. Man. I'm going to. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and attack this guy then.
Okay. You do have Shillelagh from last turn. 25 definitely hits.
Did he go down? No. Alright, I hit him again.
1 second, sorry. Yes, he does die.
In that case, I will just move away. I guess that could be like 4 opportunity attacks.
Absolutely, and they're not going to attack you. They're going to try to grapple you. Now, are you still? You're not still sanctified though, right? Because you attacked.
No, I think I'm allowed to attack under sanctuary.
Let's see, sanctuary. You ward a creature within range until the spell ends. Any creature who targets blah 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 blah. The spell doesn't protect the warded creature from area effects. If the warded creature makes an attack, cast a spell. Blah blah blah. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay.
So you're no longer sanctified, but you can make a strength.
Gotcha.
You can make an athletics or acrobatics check to try to get away from that zombie. 21 is the DC for the first one.
Could I first bonus action sanctuary and then try to run?
No. I'm gonna roll
Okay.
no.
Okay. In that case, I'm just going to try to yeah.
You could
that's
theoretically use a reaction.
right to get that +5.
Because you do
still
have your reaction
21.
back, 'cause it's still your turn.
21 still hard to beat. Yeah, I mean, that's not much of a rules. I will just go ahead and use my reaction and roll this. SWAT 5. Only 17.
Okay, so the first zombie now has you grappled, but that's just going to reduce your speed to 0. You're not prone, and you haven't actually moved out. So we'll say you got to here, and the first zombie that would have attacked is this one. So we'll say you dragged him with you. And we'll say that is where the position ends up, and this one's got a hold of you. You still have your other attack action though, and your bonus action.
I will go ahead and I'll just hit the guy that has me with the last of that attack.
Okay.
And then I will bonus action.
Yeah, 16 hits.
I will bonus action Sanctuary myself.
Okay. Damage for the shillelagh whip. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. And Sheriff. Meanwhile, back over here with the dragon.
First thing I'm
I know,
gonna
I'm
do
missing all the fun.
is I'm gonna take my bonus action first to use my second wind.
Okay.
So 1d10 plus 5. Alright, so 10 HP back.
There you
Better
go.
than nothing. I'm gonna swing with hand axe number 1, my attack action. Which I'm guessing that definitely misses.
Yes, definitely.
Hand axe number 2 for second attack action.
21 hits. All right.
I'm gonna take my action surge.
Okay.
Attack number 1.
16 misses.
Attack number 2.
13 misses.
Daggum. Alright, that's all I can do.
So I think you still have a bonus action, right?
You don't get a second bonus action with action surge.
Let's see.
I don't think.
But yeah, okay. So you made.
So I have.
You did
I have to use
attack.
the bonus
You
action.
did the first attack, and the extra attack. So the 9 was the first attack, and the 21 was the extra attack. Then you.
Second wind used my bonus
Second
action.
winded. No. Second wind is a free extra action. Oh, second wind. I got you. Sorry. Action surge. I was confusing the two. Okay, never mind. Ash zombies. They are going to re-surround you. So you're slowly moving the pile.
Yeah.
And
This
you're
does sense.
sanctuaried again, so they're going to
Yeah.
try to do this all again. Nope. None of them can get through the sanctuary. They're all confused, but they're still surrounding you. See, that's the perfect music for a zombie attack. Claudius.
Hang on just a moment. Page is not responding. Let me fix this. Or try to. Hang on. I have to exit out the whole thing. Here we go. Right. Okay,
That one,
back.
this one right here does still have you grappled, though.
Right. Okay. Where am I at? Okay. So, for my first action, I will strike with my mace and divine smite again.
Okay. $16 misses. But that does not take your divine smite. You only would use the spell slot for divine smite after you would hit.
Okay. I will count to So you know what? I will use. Let's see. Trying to figure out which one. Yeah, that's not it. What I want to do is cast. Cure wounds on myself.
You can't do that after you've already made an attack. Once you take the attack action, that's what you have to stick with for the rest of the turn.
Okay. So I will swing my axe, or swing my
Morning Star again.
mace again.
Yeah.
Morning Star. Again.
27 definitely hits. If you want, yeah, you can put the Divine Smite on that one.
So I,
And
okay.
don't forget the 1d4 also.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll 2d4, because, yeah, you would have gotten that last time.
Roll 2d4.
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys need all the help you can get. All right. He's starting to look a little hurt. You're seeing him bleed from multiple wounds, and he's starting to swing his head back and forth, kind of looking a little worried. Anything else for you, Claudius?
A bonus action. I want to drink my. I want to drink my potion of superior healing.
Okay. 8d4 plus 8.
Nice.
And, okay, so roll.
And at that moment, you realize it's a mimic. No, I'm kidding.
Oh God.
Why is the dragon slamming?
No, I think he meant the potions of mimic.
Yeah, the potion is a mimic.
Alright, so roll 8d4.
Someday, yeah, 8d4, and then you can add 4. Someday I will throw a potion mimic at someone, but it's not today.
So 8d4 plus 8.
Yeah. It'll be a potion that they find somewhere, though, not a potion that's sold in a shop. Nice. 26 health back. Also, tastes pretty good.
Yeah. Pretty good.
All right, Tormar.
All right, I'm gonna take one more step back here. I'm not sure if I'm out of range or not here, and then I'm gonna throw another fireball at this dragon.
You said I'm not getting hit by this.
All right. So he'll take half damage. But still gets a little charred. You throw it, I imagine, up above so it doesn't go all over your friends, but yeah.
Oh no, I'm evocation, so I can sculpt my spell around them.
Oh, nice.
And,
Excellent.
Yeah, I think that'll do it for me.
Alrighty. Ooh, alright. Let's see. So the dragon is gonna reposition. It's gonna come to here. And that's gonna give right off a attack of opportunity, which he misses. And he's going to risk the attack of opportunity for Claudius as well. For Claudius, you can make an attack of opportunity.
Is he running?
You don't know. Yeah, 20 hits. And he is going to do another poison breath. He's going to point it at 3 of you.
Oh.
Don't forget the 1d4 either.
Oh yeah, you get to roll an extra d4 damage. This darn song. I hate that this is in this
Let it
stupid-
play. Let it play.
No.
Slash roll.
So dumb.
1d4?
Yes.
Yeah, 1d4.
All right. So I need Sheriff, Claudius, and Rydoff to all make Constitution saving throws. Oh, that's not good for Rydoff.
But oh,
Crap.
Claudius, buddy. Oh,
Oh,
jeez.
I'm sorry, but shit.
Here we
That's
go.
okay. All right, so Sheriff passed, and you have the poison resistance potion active. So that's going to have it from 42 to 21, and then down to 10. So you take 10 poison damage.
Praise God.
Claudius fails, but you have the poison resistance, so you take 21 poison damage. And Rydoff goes unconscious from the first 8 of that damage, which leaves 34 damage he takes after, which is more than his maximum health. So he instantly dies.
Oh.
Oh no.
Like dead, not unconscious.
At least we found him.
This
True.
isn't over yet, guys. This isn't over yet.
Is there a way to recess? No, he's dead. Unless
He's not
Somebody
unconscious. He is dead.
who knows necromancy?
Actually,
After.
Well, first I gotta get out of this mound of zombies. So, contrary to what I was going to do, I am going to, I still have the sanctuary, but the one guy still has me grappled, correct?
Correct. It would take
I am
an
going to-
agility. Well, you can't try to move to escape because you're surrounded.
I will use enlarge reduce on myself and make myself really big.
Okay. Which would get rid of your sanctuary because you've casted the spell.
Right.
But yes, you're now big tar.
And I am just I'm going to first try to shove off the guy that is grappling me.
That would be an action.
Okay. Oh, I just used my action.
Mhm.
Okay, since I'm now technically a large size, could I still try to move and drag these guys if I have to?
Sure. But I'll say that. Well, that's a slippery slope because he's got you grappled. So technically, your movement speed is 0 while he's got you grappled. But
Oh, and I'm only one size larger by being large. Okay. In
Yeah.
that case,
I would
okay.
give you advantage on escaping, but I'm gonna say for now, while he still has you grappled, you cannot just move away. But you could, if you were not grappled, you could move over them. You could step over them. Still would incur the
Anybody know?
attacks of opportunity, but yeah, right now he's got you by the leg, so he's got you all tangled up, so you can't actually move.
Does anybody
Be
know
larger.
Revivify?
I have a scroll of 1. I have to get out of these dudes first.
Oh, gotcha.
It's okay. Save your scroll of revives. You may still need it.
I guess. Yeah. So I used my action, so I'm big. That's it.
All right, Sheriff.
Let me think. true fashion, I'm gonna swing my axe.
All right. $17 just misses.
I'm gonna take my second action and swing my axe.
All right, extra attack. 11 also misses.
I'm gonna take my bonus action and swing my other axe.
27 hits. Looking very rough.
Okay. That's all I got.
All right. The zombies are no longer interested in trying to knock you down now that you're big. Now they're all just going to attack. They all get a +2 for flanking. I imagine only the 24 hits for 6 bludgeoning damage. Claudius.
I will move to the other side of Venom Fang.
All right. You can do that.
Ooh,
Sure.
would we have flanking or?
Yes, but he only gets flanking on. You only get flanking if you start your turn there and you haven't moved yet.
Fair enough.
So, like, you would have
Sure.
flanking next turn,
Okay.
and so would he. What's up?
Gonna land with my Morning Star, hopefully.
Yes, 20 hits.
And with that.
Is that with Divine Smite?
Yes. That is.
Okay.
How
And
many
you
more
have- and
spell slots
Do you have enough spell slots for that?
I have. Well, yeah, I've only used 2 thus far, I think. So I still have 2 more, and then I have my Holy Pendant I could touch to get a spare.
Okay. Well, with that, Claudius, how would you like to do this?
I would also like, and since I have another attack, I will attack again.
No.
No,
That's not what he's
your-
asking.
Sorry, your attack is enough to fell Venom Fang. I'm asking you, how would you like to kill Venom Fang? Describe it to me.
As I look up at the dragon, my mind races. The fury in my heart, in my mind, remembering that very same beast that nearly killed my beloved. I look into the eyes of this beast, not even considering its youth, not even considering what it is.
It's just a baby.
I will destroy it with my mace.
Hang on. George, look in the chat real quick. This is the face I picture this baby dragon is making as you just smack it on the face. This is what you're doing.
You crap. We'll do it anyway.
There's a moment where Venom Fang, in a fit of rage, he looks around and sees that you're bloodied and took a lot of damage from that poison attack. So he rears up and then he goes into strike, but you intercept him with your mace, swinging just before its claws, just before its fangs come to devour you, and your shot breaks a few teeth loose that fly out and actually get stuck in the wood statue in the middle of the town square, and Venom Fang breathes out his last as he slowly falls and dies.
Let's go.
That was a super fun dragon fight, guys.
Sorry. I don't know what you were thinking. You're like over here.
Honestly, I had an
I'm
idea.
gonna
I was
release
gonna-
the ash zombies as a distraction. I'm like,
I was-
distraction for what?
I was actually going to try to lead the zombies into the fight to maybe distract Venom Fang, but I misread one of my skills, and my plan went south after I committed to it. Yeah, so it was because Vortex Warp says another creature. I cannot target myself.
Sorry.
That fight was freaking tough.
Okay, so if you guys want, we can play out you guys killing the zombies, but it's honestly, it's not going to be hard for you guys to all pile in over there and just kill the zombies. So are you okay if we just say that you all go over and kill the zombies and not actually roll all the dice through it?
Yeah, I want to say I'd kill them all by myself. I've just been too busy trying to get away and
Sure.
just killing them. So yeah.
So yeah, we'll just say
Stomped on
that
'em.
you kill all the zombies and they're gone.
Squish.
Gosh.
However, right
Running
off
around the corner, and I'm like, guys, I'm ready to fight this. Oh, come on, I missed it.
Meanwhile, you see one cultist walking out and saying, "Oh, oh shit!" And he goes running in this direction.
And I chase
Can I
after him.
hang on? Can I take out my longbow and take a shot at him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, 19 hits. Oh, he's still alive. He's limping. He's limping away. He's taking a shot to the back of the knee, and now he's...
Do I have time to take one more?
Sure. You
He's
have
a
extra
freshman.
attack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's dead.
And with that, I will walk over and use my scroll of revivify on Ride-Off.
Okay, go ahead and roll a... No, actually, Revivify works automatically. You see him... At first, you're not sure if it works. The magic comes off the scroll, and it kind of lights up his entire body for an instant, and it flashes, and then there's nothing. You look, and there's still nothing. And then he wakes up in a bolt and says, "Oh, thank you."
You know what I just realized is all those criticals where I got grappled shouldn't have been more than... They're just normal hits, and my AC... I think I could have beat a couple of those. I gotta remember that. An attack is anything, right? Like a grapple is an attack, right?
Yeah, grapple counts as an attack.
Ah, yeah, I messed that up. Oh well, I'll remember next time.
All right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep you out of the dragon fight, but
No, it was my fault. I thought something was gonna go a certain way, and it did not. But that's the way it goes, and to be honest, that's hilarious.
all right. Well, it's getting kind of late, but if you guys would like, I'd be happy to do the dragon harvesting with you all if you want to stick around for like another 10 or 15 minutes, or we can just end there.
Yeah.
Because harvesting the dragon is the funnest part of killing it.
Yeah, I want
got
to see
this.
what we can get.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
I wish
Alright.
to take one of its talents.
I'm guessing it's gonna be a survival or kind of nature checks or something.
There are several checks.
Ooh.
Before we do that, can I wait, actually, never mind, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, let's just keep going.
Okay. All right. So, the first thing are the easy things that you can harvest, and these are survival checks. So whoever wants to try to do this part of it can make 3 survival checks.
So who thinks they'd do the best at trying to harvest this thing without destroying everything?
I've got a fairly good knowledge of survival out in the wilderness. That's kind of my background is as a hunter, so I've had to survive off the land and skin plenty of animals.
Okay, I'm going to cast guidance, so you can add a D4.
Guidance.
You know, this
Okay.
is the one spot that I think I'll go ahead and use it.
Sure, makes sense.
So I'm just gonna, the way I'm gonna do that, I'll just click the survival skill and then add the D4 after.
Sure. Yep, definitely passed it on the teeth. And the fangs, with or without the D4. And then the claws. Ooh. 12 is just barely passing.
Okay.
All right. So, for the teeth, you can roll 66 plus 4. And you get that many teeth. And you can write down also that the teeth are worth 2 gold each.
You said 6d6 plus
Plus
4?
4, yeah.
Okay.
Alright, so you get 23 dragon teeth. And then for the fangs, you get to just roll a d4 to see how many of the fangs you successfully harvest. Okay, so you get 2 of the 4 fangs. And the fangs are worth 200 gold each.
How much for the teeth?
2 gold each.
Okay.
And then the claws, you get to roll a d12 plus 2. So you get 7 claws, and those are worth 50 gold each. And all of those can be made into different magical weapon items. The teeth can be made into +1 arrows. The fangs can be made into javelins that are unbreakable. And actually, +1 javelins that are unbreakable. And the claws can be made into smaller throwable items like daggers, hand axes, stuff like that. That would also be +1 for a young dragon. You guys can also attempt to harvest the actual meat of the dragon, which I will also rule as a survival check.
Would somebody else like to roll for
Prayer
that?
and Cast guidance. I would not. I have terrible survival skills when it comes to skin and stuff.
Okay. You said you're casting guidance again?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
This
And
one's a pretty low DC. Yep, that passes. DC was 9. So you get 4d8 pounds of meat.
Parties, we got the meats.
Yeah. So you get 23 pounds of dragon meat, and that's worth 2 gold per pound. Oh, actually, sorry, 3 gold per pound. It's 2 plus the rarity. You can also harvest the blood. The blood can be used to make uncommon potions, like healing potions, or really any kind of potion. Also a survival check. This is actually the lowest DC. DC 8. Yeah. So you get 3d6 plus 6 liters of blood. So you get 15 liters of blood, and each liter is worth 40 gold. And then we get into some of the trickier things to harvest.
How much was the meat per pound?
3. So the trickier ones are bones, horns, wings, and scales.
So far, we've done teeth, fangs, claws, meat, and blood, correct?
Yes. So these are a little harder. These require a nature Yeah, a nature check.
I can do nature pretty good.
All right.
This is getting more to the anatomy of the dragon. So yeah, we'll start with bones. So for young dragon, DC 12 nature check for the bones.
Alright, I'm gonna hit myself with the guidance. And doing a lot of praying over this dead dragon.
Sure.
And I'm rolling a nature.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
you're good. So you are able to harvest 2 legs and 2 arms. And let's see, the value. Let's see. So you get, 4 dragon bones, which are worth 300 gold each.
300?
Yep. And then you can also nature check for the horns. DC 14.
Same thing with the guidance. Ooh, gonna need it this time. Oof.
You're attempting to take the horn, and it actually snaps in 2, and you are unable to harvest the horn, unfortunately.
Young dragon horn still soft.
You can try to harvest the wings with a nature check.
Alright, same process.
Yep, that passes. So you get 2 dragon wings. Worth 400 gold each. And then the scales. Which is DC 15, nature check.
Fail no matter what.
Yeah. So what I'm going to say, though, go ahead and roll your D4. We'll see how close you get. Because the scales, there are a lot of scales. So with a 13, I'll say you get 3/4 of them. The first quarter or so, you have trouble harvesting them. But one set of young dragon scales is worth 2,500. So we'll say you get 3/4 of a set. So you get 3/4 of that worth of dragon scales.
Nice.
All right, and then comes the deadly things to try to take, which is the what's called the Draconis Fundamentum, which is essentially the liquid sac that dragons use to restore and then expel their breath weapons. And you would know that this is a particularly difficult thing to do. Let's see. This is going to be an Arcana check to pull this one off. And you know that there is a potential for calamity if you were to fail this check. So you may want to, right off, hears this and is going to step away because he, already died once and doesn't want to die again.
I'm going to cast Protection from poison on myself.
Okay, and you do still have the actually you didn't drink the potion.
No.
Okay.
But I will now.
Okay.
Actually, I'll cast protection. Is it okay? Do I know enough about this to know if I do this wrong, will it be like a poison explosion since it's the sac used to breathe poison?
Yes. Yeah. In your research,
Okay.
you would have learned of each one of these parts, one of which is the Draconis Fundamentum. Let's see, when the word dragon is uttered, people tend to think of three things: wings, scales, or breath. Located in the back of the dragon's throat, near the heart, is a sac as big as a bag of flour, or a barrel of ale, depending on the size of the dragon, full of magic fluids that the dragon produces with its glands naturally. While the liquid and their resulting exhalation differ depending on the dragon and its color, they all share the same result: death to those who receive it. Harvesting one without rupturing them is a task no mortal man should want to take. A wrong cut of ill-timed squeeze can rupture it, rendering the harvester nearly dead, if not actually dead. But the result he or she would get upon success is a concentrated pouch of destruction no alchemist has been able to match yet. The breath of the dragon, its potential for destruction, would be within the palm of your hand. So it's up to you whether or not you want to attempt to harvest it. But you would also know that in order to attempt to harvest the heart, you have to first successfully harvest the fundamentum. And if you fail on the fundamentum, it destroys the heart. And this is why you do this last, because it would destroy any of the other things as well, but you've already harvested all the rest of the parts.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna hand all my stuff minus my armor and my tinker tools. Would alchemists alchemists being proficient with alchemy tools help me here?
I'm gonna say that it would not do anything for it. Currently, it is just a straight Arcana check. That doesn't necessarily mean you can't do things to try to improve your odds, but that is not one of them.
What if I were to use detect magic so I could see what was going on with the magic in there better? Help give me kind of a better view of what I'm cutting around.
I will allow that to lower the DC by 1.
Alright, then I will go ahead and I will cast detect magic.
Is there anything that anyone else wants to try to do to help Avatar do this?
I'm also going to cast guidance on myself.
Sure.
I cast Shield of Faith on him.
Well, it raises his AC by 2, but that doesn't really help. But good thought.
Can I just give the help action?
You would have to be next to him to do that, and in order to help him with it, you would have to also be proficient in Arcana.
I'm proficient in Arcana.
Okay. Well, like I said, you can be right next to him, but you're also taking the risk.
I'm going to cast Aid on both of us again.
Okay.
So we both get 5 HP healed, and max HP goes up 5. I'm trying to think if I have anything else. So I took used the protection from poison scroll. Get rid of that.
I'm gonna false life myself.
I'm actually going to also use my false life scroll. Good
Okay.
idea. Good call.
Oh
Oh,
no. Still, it's 5.
I'm just giving one more look through my stuff and see if there's anything else that I'm missing out here.
That's good, there's no rush.
And then I will. I guess it's time to go for it.
Time to take a chance, roll the dice.
Okay.
You have
here we go.
advantage and you have guidance.
All right, I'm rolling Arcana. You guys ready?
Go for it.
25.
25, that's pretty good. The DC was 19. It's originally 20, but it was lowered. So yes, you get a young green Draconis Fundamentum,
Nice.
which is worth 2,000 gold. Whether they are good or evil, a dragon is a skin. Wait, a dragon. Oh, a dragon is akin to a force of nature. Possessing the heart of a dragon is no small matter. Even ignoring the fact that between the size of a gnome. Even ignoring the fact that it is between the size of a gnome to that of a dwarf, depending on the size of the dragon. Through ancient rituals and careful forging, the heart can be transformed into a crystal that imparts the traits of a dragon onto its wielder, for better or worse. However, you would have found this out in your research. If you fail the check, the heart has released its residual magic. You and the nearest one to the core are now cursed with dragon's disease. So, you can attempt, if you want to, take that risk to harvest the heart. It doesn't look like it has the ability to deal any damage to you, but its legends say that it can bestow a curse if you fail the check.
I'll look over at Reed Elf and ask him if he knows anything about curses. Or anyone else here, for that matter.
Everyone can roll an Arcana check.
Nice.
Tormar. I would say that you came across this in your studies, along with all of this, when you guys were researching it. Dragon's disease is considered a wondrous disease in its rarity. Aside from the slow... Wow, this is not written correctly. Aside from the slow rise of a crippling and unhealthy obsession with gold and material possessions, a common reaction is most mortal humanoid races in the current zeitgeist when exposed to this disease. You also gain all the behaviors of a dragon from whom the heart belonged to. Maybe it was their short temperament, their fear of giants, their disdain for elves. Who knows? Your personality will never be the same, as your alignment will also turn to those of the dragon against your will, causing you to go mad. As you slowly lose your mind, your body will begin to change. First, your organs will become compatible to those of a dragon, and then with time, your skin, eyes, hair, limbs, and bones will also change, kickstarting a process of full transmutation into a dragon equal to the one that you have slain. You are reborn as a young dragon whose mind is erratic as that of a newborn being. The world you knew it is over, and so is the person you once were. The disease takes months to develop. Within a year, the transformation, is beginning to show on the outside. A few months after that, you are gone. Dead, but not entirely. Only a wish spell can cure you from this disease.
So what do you think, guys? So how much is this thing worth?
They are very difficult to obtain. It is yet again a Arcana check. But a young dragon heart is worth 5,000 gold. And you would know that they're worth that much because if you successfully obtain one, you can get what's called a dragon stone, or it can be crafted into a dragon stone, which can be used to infuse the user with essentially dragon-like qualities. Dragonstone is a very rare, wondrous item. You may focus on this item for 1 minute while holding it in order to transform into a half-dragon version of yourself. In this form, you retain all your statistics with the following additions. You gain blind sight with a radius of 15 feet, dark vision with a radius of 60 feet. If you already have any of these visions, add these values to your current humanoid sight. You gain immunity to the damage of the corresponding dragon. You can speak Draconic along with any other languages you know. You spend an action to form the breath weapon equivalent to the young dragon whose this item was crafted from. Recharges on a 5 or 6. While in the half-dragon form, your personality changes to align with that of your dragon color.
I'm just gonna kind of look around at everyone else, kind of take a step back and be like, does anyone else really want it?
It almost doesn't sound worth the risk on this one.
But it almost does. Being able to kind of have the power of a dragon. I think I'm gonna go for it. If not, we got a few months to figure out how to get a wish spell. You know, I already like gold a lot, or else I wouldn't be doing this. So, you know, we got a little time.
I only need like 10 more levels.
Yeah, 6 months is plenty of time to level with that. Maybe.
Well, in game time too. I mean, technically in game we've only been playing for like we've only been together for like what, a week.
It's been a little longer than that, I think, between all the traveling around. But yeah, probably not a whole lot longer than that. Probably no more than 2 to 3 weeks, I would say. This is a rough estimate.
And it's not like we need to ourselves be able to cast the wish spell. We just gotta find someone with the wish spell, or an item with the wish spell.
The memes are great.
I will encourage you to do it.
This is another thing where one of you can do it alone, but everyone else would have to like literally leave the area. Would have to like go really far away. or two of you could make it, but then two of you assume the risk, and whoever makes the check would get advantage.
Do we have to have Arcana to help him?
Yes, you would have to be proficient in Arcana to aid. So theoretically, if one person wanted to make the check who didn't have proficiency, they could be helped by the proficient person, but then of course their roll is going to be lower. And I am not going to give you the DC on this one beforehand, but if there's anything you guys want to try to do to try to make it a little easier or a little more convenient to try to harvest the heart, I could theoretically lower the DC like before.
Gosh,
Yeah, I mean, this thing is obviously still magical, so I guess I'll try the see if the detect magic still helps.
Nope.
Give me a little better sight.
This one doesn't, actually. It doesn't contain any... It itself is not a magical item. But it can be used to create magic items. Though you do get a small hint of magical remnants off of it, but because of the potential curse that could be released from mishandling it, but it's not itself a magical item.
Okay.
I'm discouraging repeat performances over here. Be creative. Find something new.
I'm thinking. I'm trying to look at my spell casting specifics real quick. I know I can change spells on a long rest, but I'm wondering if I can change it on a short rest.
Now, for your for the cantrip swaps, it would be a long rest, and the same for your prepared spells.
Do we have a couple hours, or will this thing go bad or something? Is there a time limit to harvest? Obviously, we can't let the body rot, but will a couple hours make a difference?
I'm gonna say that that's a tough one. 'Cause that one's not actually listed here in the book. I'm gonna say that because it's connected, you will need to do the fundamentum and the heart within an hour. So you guys have a little time if you want to try to prepare, but yeah, you would have to do it soon.
I'm guessing nobody else really has any buff spells.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't have anything helpful.
You guys can also just think of any mundane things that you think might be easier to help. It might help make it easier for him to harvest the heart. It doesn't necessarily have to be a magical spell or anything.
I mean, what time of the day is it?
It's still at this point. It's early evening.
So it's dark?
No, not yet. The sun's still in the air, but it's starting to drop. Think of it in terms of skill checks. Take a look at your character sheet and see what skills you have, and then see how you might apply that to this situation. To try to make a check to see if you can lower the DC.
Well, I've got, of course, another survival check, so I can just give him every single bit of knowledge and insight that I've ever possibly had on harvesting animal parts, but specifically hearts of different animals. While I don't have an experience with dragons, I'm pretty sure that I'll have intricate knowledge of how the structure of a heart is set up around other animals.
Alright, make a survival check.
Veins connect, and
If it's high enough, I will lower the DC by 1. Ooh. I'm tempted to raise the DC by 1 now, but no, I'll keep it the same.
He gives me the exact wrong way to do it. You know?
Yeah.
I describe a deer, and it's apparently
Look,
nothing
it's
like a dragon.
exactly like a deer, I swear.
We could throw in a religion check and pray that everything goes well with the
Okay.
surgery.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Give us your thoughts and prayers. Yeah, I'll say that's a pass. Okay. We'll lower the DC by 1 for that.
I'm proficient in medicine with my knowledge of treating wounds, or, guessing I don't do organ transplants, but with
Sure,
my
let's find
knowledge
out.
of
Roll a
anatomy-
medicine check. Yes, absolutely.
Alright, that's about all I got, I think. Yeah, alchemist tools aren't helping here. It's very, very delicate process. I have a lot of tool proficiencies, so no matter what the situation that we find ourselves in, I should have the right tool for the job.
Yep, I would agree. Alright. So DC's been lowered by 2. Anything else?
I have a school book from the university I attended in my pack. Would it have anything inside that could help us?
I don't think anything that you haven't already learned. Because you guys specifically studied on harvesting this. This is the only reason you know all of this.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people would be going into this blind and wouldn't even realize what a risk they're taking. Or wouldn't know how to harvest it in the first place.
So if 2 people try to do it, do both get cursed, or only the person that actually...
Yeah, it specifically
attempts?
says, if you fail the check, the heart has released its residual magic. You and the nearest one to the core are now cursed with the dragon's disease. So, if 2 people were there, then yeah, both of you would be. If it was just you and everyone else was really far away, I wouldn't rule that 2 people would need to take it, but yeah, if a second person is gonna be there to help you do it and give you advantage, then both of you are risking the disease. But that's fine. Like, if you can get 1 wish spell in 6 months, I'm sure you can get 2.
You know what? Might as well go for it.
Might as well
Um,
jump.
Yeah. Can always have fun dealing with it later. So does anyone want to stick around and try to get the power of a green dragon?
I don't have proficiency in Arcana, but I got 1 in Survival. I'm not sure if that'd help you or not.
I have Arcana. I'll stick around.
All right.
Go big or go home, guys.
So everyone else gives a good solid distance. They all walk back. And you guys prepare.
I am going to pray.
No.
And I'm going to use... I have 3 tinkers I can use, so I'm going to pick up like 3 small stones and infuse them with light, so I can see what I'm working on better. And then...
Make a tinkering tools check.
Before we do this, can I give him my inspiration?
Wait a minute, don't I have an inspiration dice?
Yeah. Inspiration is not typically transferable, but I'll say, Tormar, since you are staying in there to help, in this case, I will let you add the inspiration dice to it.
It was a D4.
It's a D6.
Okay, cool.
All right. So, Arcana check.
with guidance.
With guidance.
With advantage.
With advantage.
And
With inspiration.
All we got.
And
Oh, that's perfect music for it. Let's go.
I am literally just looking for anything else, and I don't think. I okay, here we go. Here we go. We're going. Arcana in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, 23. Plus the inspiration dice.
What is that?
Well, that one actually I'm going to let Tormar roll because it's his inspiration.
Okay.
But it's
Okay.
a d6.
Could I also roll mine?
Nope, you're not there.
Ah, that's right.
Wow, that's
Nice.
huge.
DC 30. No, not quite.
29. But the DC originally was actually 25, and you guys had lowered it by 2, so it was actually 23. So yes,
Nice.
you obtain a young green dragon heart that is worth 5,000 gold.
Nice.
Let's go.
And like I said, could be enchanted to let's see.
Before we leave the area, and I'm assuming in for the evening, can we get any loot that the cultists had or anything that was in the Dragon's Tower?
Yes, let's go ahead and give you guys the treasure from the rest of the place.
Whew, man, I did not know how that was gonna go.
Me either. That's what's so exciting about it.
Yeah, that
All
was
right.
intense for sure.
So you guys would go into the tower and you would find the dragon horde.
Huh. Interesting.
You would also find this on the corpse of Fabric, his ashy corpse.
Potion of flying. Actually, kind of interesting. I wonder why the young dragon didn't just fly around the whole time, where we couldn't reach him and just use his breath attack.
Well, because dragons
Hubris.
don't automatically get their breath weapons back. They have to roll a 5 or a 6 on a
Okay.
d6 at the beginning of their turn. And he only got that once, and so he repositioned to you. But the rest of the time, he needed to be in melee to attack you. But then when he got it back, he was already at such low levels that he couldn't. I almost didn't risk all of the. I almost didn't risk the attacks of opportunity. I was almost thinking of just hitting the two of you and leaving the druid alone for the breath weapon. But I moved him around and gave two of you opportunity attacks, so he could breathe on all three of you. Maybe a tactical error, but right off wasn't even really doing all that much. But yeah, I mean, it could have flown around too. That's one way to play it, but it's not very fun for like low level characters.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, he can't do anything from range, so he has to just swoop down, and then if he doesn't get his poison breath back, he's got to swoop down and attack you anyway. And then if he gets his breath weapon, the only way for him to use it is to leave and give you guys a bunch of extra attacks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So now I need to go figure out how you guys actually would craft a Dragonstone, because it's a wondrous, very rare magic item. Let's see. Okay, so to craft this item, you must either find a legendary craftsman, or yeah, that other thing that's not. I'm not giving you that information. These services aren't paid with gold. They are traded with either a quest or to fulfill a pact. You will be tested in ways you never imagined, or if possible, to endure hardships along the way. But this is a dream many a lad such as yourself have had since young age. To soar through the sky as a roaring, majestic dragon. But you don't get to... Wait, you don't get to fly with it.
That would be like the Cloak of Dragonflight, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, you don't gain a flying speed.
No, that's.
But there is also a very rare version of it, which is for when you have an adult dragon stone, and then a legendary version that has an ancient dragon stone.
Am I remembering this correctly? That there's a way to craft some different types of dragon cloaks out of their wings?
Yes. But there is a limitation on what you guys can use. This follows the same rules that I posted about using reagents from magical monsters. There's a limitation. Okay. So all of the materials that you guys have are considered uncommon magic components. So you can use those as much as you want of those to create uncommon items. But you can't use them for rare or very rare magic items.
Okay. It'd have to be an older dragon for that.
Right. It would have to be an adult dragon for rare and an ancient dragon for very rare. Or legendary.
Okay.
And yes, what you're thinking of is the Cloak of Dragon Wings. Let's see. This cloak resembles the leathery membranes of dragon wings and shines with the shine, blah, blah, blah. You gain +1 to AC, +2 to all saving throws, and resistance to the dragon type of the corresponding dragon. While wearing this cloak, you can speak the command word to transform them into a pair of dragon wings on your back. They remain in this form for X hours. X hours? Okay. Or until you speak the command word again. The wings grant you a fly speed of 80 feet. Once this ability is used, you cannot use it again until XD4 hours have passed. I wonder if that's... I'll have to find how to solve per X here. So that's leaving up. It's leaving it up to me apparently. But yeah. So yes, there is such a thing, but it's a very rare magic item, so it'd have to come from an ancient dragon. And that's not to say that you can't make them. It's just you can't use the materials you've gotten from this dragon as a part of the components. You would have to buy the components on your own, or go find an adult dragon or an ancient dragon to kill.
Okay.
Which, they're not exactly common. Not a lot of dragons out there.
So yeah, that cloak sounded a little overpowered for a young dragon.
Yeah. So like, you guys have how much gold worth of dragon wings?
12,000. Oh, just wings? 800.
So you have 800 golds worth of dragon wings. So, it takes 200 gold to craft an uncommon magic item. So, like an uncommon cloak that you could make out of the wings would be a cloak of protection. So theoretically, you could make 6 of those out of those wings.
Cool.
And each one would take, I think, 2 weeks according to the chart. I'd have to look at it, but yeah. Oh, there's also a cloak of dragon flight, which is just a rare. That does almost the same thing, but it only gives you a +1 to AC and a +1 to saving throws. That's still pretty broken.
I guess they're counting on how hard it is to kill an adult dragon.
Yeah. This just to give you guys a look behind the curtain, right? It's this one's a CR8. Most adult dragons are somewhere between CR13 and CR18.
Jeez, okay.
So roughly twice as dangerous as this one. But moving forward, one thing that I did want to let you guys know as you guys get all these magical reagents and everything is that I will be calculating your magic items into the CR of the encounters.
Yep.
So the more magic items you get, the harder everything will get to scale, because otherwise you guys will just, every fight will feel like you're fighting twig blights. Because essentially you will be.
Yeah.
I'll throw a young green dragon at you, and you'll just swat it away like it's a twig blight. That's so fun.
I'll manage to wander around a corner every time you do.
All right. Well, I think that is going to do it for tonight. What I'm going to say though is this marks the end of your guys' Lost Mines of Phandelver adventure. So we have to decide what we want to do next. If you guys want to continue playing together, and it's okay, we don't have to figure it out right now, but just something to think about is if you guys want to transition to another module with the same characters, we can do that. But this is kind of an awkward thing for me to say, but if anybody wants to get off the train, this is the moment to get off the train, if you know what I mean. Because where we'll be transitioning. So my proposal is for each of your characters to take a year of downtime, and they could spend that time working on, working on magic items in the forge, doing all of that stuff. Because typically characters don't just adventure constantly all the time. You guys have had a very busy few weeks becoming heroes. Now it's time to take some downtime to enjoy it. And then we would, if you guys want to continue playing, we would start with the next adventure, which whatever that is.
Yeah, I'm down to keep playing with you guys.
Yeah, same here.
Same here.